Drew has been really my guide in this restorative work for the last 3 or 4 years, and a mentor to me. And I know that is probably cutting into his time just a smidge, but I need to share a story about Drew. Why am I not sitting in the circle? A little story about Drew is that just, I think, really illustrates a lot of what he's going to be talking about today, which is the restorative mindset. So really quickly, I was meeting him at a coffee shop to talk about some work that we wanted to do together. And I got hung up in my car because my daughter had just broken up with her boyfriend. She's 20 now. She's like 19, 18 then. And, you know, she was devastated. And I'm like, I got to get to this meeting.
Yeah.
I'm trying to, in my very Amy way, tell her what to do. Well, you should do this, and you shouldn't do this, and also wrap it up. And Drew walked by my car, and I kind of gave him a wave, like, I'm running late, I'll be right there, I'm on this call. And I came into the coffee shop, and I said, I'm so sorry, my daughter just broke up with her boyfriend, and Drew, you might not even remember this, or you may remember it differently, and I said, you know, I don't know what to say to her, and it was just really hard, and he just said to me, well, sounds like you just need to do a lot of empathetic listening. And I was like, that is not what I was trying to do. And it just made me realize that restorative is not about circles only. It is not about classrooms only. It is about like a mindset and a way of being. And that day shifted my thinking. And so I hope that today you can I challenge you to think about this outside of your classroom, in your lives, that this really is about a way of being in the world. And you have his bio, so I'm not going to bore you with it. But I think at this point I'm going to turn it over to you, Andrew DeLutio, and you can do your value circle. Is that okay?
Yeah, totally. Thank you. Thanks. I haven't done anything yet, so if you want to pause, you should probably keep it until then. That's really kind of you. I do remember that, and I feel like kind of a hypocrite, because I feel like had my wife heard that story based on how I had communicated with her before I got here this morning, she would want to know who that person was. And I think that Amy's right. There's so much today that I want to share with you around what it's meant to take this philosophy and apply it to my pedagogy and what I believe about teaching and what I believe about the purpose of school and what I believe about the potential for relationships to be the conduit through which we deliver instruction. And circles are a tool that are part of that philosophy, but I'm going to spend a lot of time today just kind of talking with you about what it means to sort of recalibrate yourself in a way that allows you to go back to school and just start to use a different lens to look at what's happening and what students need, what other adults need. So I'm really excited to be here. I'm really humbled to be here because, I don't feel like an expert, especially day to day. I struggle a lot through, trying to figure out how to meet the needs of kids and meet the needs of adults and still maintaining my dedication to this philosophy. So it's really important to me that you don't view me as, anyone other than a colleague and somebody who's just really trying to do things differently. And I'll do my best to share all those things with you today. But I'm not coming from some utopian space where we've magically fixed kids or something like that. That's not happening. So I'm sorry if that was the expectation. Before I start this circle with you, and this is definitely our circle, I just want to kind of let you know what I do, and also where I come from, and why I'm here. So, and I know Amy mentioned some of those things. So I coordinate restorative practices in Milwaukee Public Schools from our violence prevention program. And the violence prevention program is an interdisciplinary team of educators who are really responsible for delivering all of the professional development and school-based support in MPS around social and emotional learning and mindfulness and restorative practices. And we do a lot of consulting with schools. We do a lot of trainings for adults. We do a lot of like classroom-based support, at least I do. And it's a really incredible space to work in. Prior to that, I was a high school teacher, and I taught high school in MPS for, just shy of a decade or so, and I was at Milwaukee High School of the Arts for that entire time. And I'm a musician, and when I was teaching at Milwaukee High School of the Arts, I was, I considered myself a musician and an educator, and then over the years, those two things, the lines blurred between those two things, and so at this point, and I shared this with Amy this morning because this is news to me also, but I feel compelled to share this with you because I think it's really important in terms of, the way that you receive everything that I'll try to share with you today. So I'm starting Monday, I'm moving into a new role in Milwaukee Public Schools, and I'll be underfilling as our program coordinator for our Success Center in MPS, which if you're not familiar with what's going on in our district around providing more support for specifically a lot of our kids that are coming from the 53206 zip code and working towards more equitably dispersing our resources. The Success Center is a school that was established in partnership with Marquette University's Center for Peacemaking to basically allow students who are in need of intensive sort of tier 3 support the opportunity to come into that space and be given the tools and the strategies to help them learn to better manage themselves upon returning to their schools of origin. It's a brand new endeavor, and but it'll afford us the opportunity to really put a lot of this work into practice institutionally. So it's something that I'm really looking forward to, and it's at the forefront of my mind right now. So hopefully, if we do this again, there'll be lots of other things to share with you around what these things look like and sound like in the classroom and in school. But prior to taking on this role as coordinator of this work through violence prevention, these were tools that I used, and this was a philosophy that I used in my classroom. I didn't start this way by any means, but also part of my role as restorative practices coordinator is to move between all 159 of our schools in MPS and consult with groups of educators around everything from implementing these tools in classrooms to allowing, helping administrators and support staff understand what it looks like to take more of a restorative approach to the things that they're trying to do. So I definitely have a lot that hopefully I can share with you that'll be applicable to your own schools and what you're doing in your classrooms. That being said, I kind of want to get to know you before we learn together. So I was going to facilitate a value circle with you. Are any of you familiar with a value circle? Ever sat in a value circle before? Anybody ever sat in a value circle? Perfect. So one of the things that I'll talk about today is the importance of values as it relates to really taking a restorative approach in communities. And I find this particular kind of circle very beneficial when a class or a community is going to be working together for a long period of time and collaborating. I noticed that you all had developed norms, and sometimes I think the phrase norms is sort of considered synonymous with what I'm going to talk about, this development of shared agreements. And really what we're getting at in the value circle is this idea that all of you have an idea of who you are when you're the best version of yourself. And there's probably a value that the people who are closest to you would say, you embody when you're being the best version of yourself. And so what we want to do in the value circle is try and identify that value and then name it, and then provide the community with an opportunity to sort of reflect on where do our values intersect and where do our values diverge. And then that helps us to understand where conflicts will arise, and then also sort of contextualize those conflicts in a way that makes them productive, right? I'm not going to get into a disagreement with this person because I hate this person or I don't like this person. Our values aren't aligning, but we sort of talked about that on the front end. So I wanted to facilitate that with you today, and we have this is a huge group. So I'll modify this a little bit, but we will do this, kind of take a quick break. I'll go over there and we'll kind of talk about, but take just sort of a meta approach to what we're going to do. And I think the whole time be thinking to yourself all right, what does this look like in my space? What would this look like in my classroom? What would this look like with my students? Because that's going to be the part where we really start to learn. So definitely try to apply everything that I'm doing to your places and spaces. Because I think that's the best chance that we have of this learning turning into behavior change back at school for adults. So just take that meta approach as we go through this. There's a centerpiece that I brought with me today that I use whenever I facilitate Circle with kids or adults. It's a unity statue, and I don't know if any of you have seen these before. That was a gift to me from my colleagues at High School of the Arts when I left to take this role. So it's very special to me, and I use it all the time. And it's I like to think it was whittled by a guy somewhere, exotic. But I think you can just buy them on Amazon if you want to get one, or Overstock.com or something, or maybe he sells them on Overstock.com. But it's made from one piece of wood, and if somebody's brave enough to walk up there, you can just pick up one of the heads, and it'll kind of fold up in on itself. But thanks, Amy. Yeah, you can touch it. Yeah, it's. Now you just pick it up and floop. Yeah, you can see that it's a really powerful symbol, I think, in Circle, especially for, this is something I'll keep coming back to over and over again today. As a white man who teaches in a predominantly black school district, I've been on a journey since I started to try and understand, what it looks and sounds like for me to be responsive to the experiences of a lot of my kids. And I've just found over the years that that in particular seems to be something that a lot of my students really gravitate towards. The idea that their experiences, regardless of whether they're positive or negative, impact everyone in their community. So I use it all the time for that. And then, so if you don't want to look at the person across the circle from you, just look at the centerpiece. Just center your gaze on it. And that's what I tell kids too. You don't want to stare at other people in the circle. Just sometimes if you feel you're starting to get uncomfortable, or paying attention to how you feel in your body, there's sort of a mindfulness element that you can integrate into the facilitation of Circle and say, well, pay attention to that, and then focus yourself, and then come back, right? So the other thing that I brought with me today is this is the one talking piece that I use when I facilitate Circle. And a lot of my colleagues have bags of talking pieces that they dump out in the middle of Circle and give people the opportunity to choose them. So I understand this is pretty divergent from the norm, but this is a rubber biscuit. So I will pass this around and you can confirm that yes, indeed, that is a rubber biscuit. And it's, sorry, I just got to do something with this. So when I was in the classroom still, I had the opportunity to begin piloting a curriculum that was in the process of being developed in MPS that is now the restorative practices course that we offer at high schools. And so at the time, I was trying to navigate what it looked and sounded like to be teaching restoratively and integrating this work into my pedagogy. And my middle son had just been born, or maybe was a few months old, and my wife was on maternity leave, and she came to school with the kids to visit me during parent-teacher conferences. And he was like he must have been carrying that with him when he was, I don't know, chewing on it or something. And so that evening, he was burned in an accident. And he's fine now. He's fine. But everybody in here has had an experience like that where, your life just sort of takes a hard left turn, like right away. And there's no, you just have to navigate that. You have to figure out how to navigate that. And I feel like as educators, it's particularly challenging because of our role as, the helpers. We are the ones, without us in our classrooms, these are other people's children, and they rely on us for support, and we can't give that. And so I was in the hospital for a couple days with him as he was, he had pulled a cup of boiling water on himself, and so it had burned him. And if anybody's ever dealt with burns or something like that, it's just like a very, it's like sort of, just a very painful healing process, especially for, a child or a baby. So when I went back into the classroom, I was obviously, emotionally and physically and intellectually just incapable of being an educator. And I knew that I had to convey that to my students immediately if I was going to avoid the kinds of issues that I knew would arise if I didn't just own what was going on, my experiences and how that was impacting me. And at the time, we had integrated circle facilitation into the class as a way to check in. And the students at that point were facilitating circle on their own. And so when I got there that day, the biscuit was on the floor in my room. And so that obviously reminded me of Lou. And I decided, well, I'm going to use the biscuit as a talking piece, as a way to help them understand, this is where my mind is, and I'm going to share that with you today. And then hopefully they'll understand. And, something incredible happened, and shame on me for not expecting that this could happen. They had everything they needed to support me. And they wrapped themselves around me, and that community gave everything back to me that I had given to it, right? And this beautiful kind of reciprocal process started where I saw everything that I had invested come right back at me. And then started thinking why didn't I look for that earlier? Why didn't I tap into that earlier? Give them the opportunity to do that earlier, because they're obviously capable of it. So it was a real watershed moment for me professionally, because I realized that I had kind of been going about this all wrong from the beginning, as an educator, that there was so much my students could give back, and I really wasn't giving them the opportunity to do that, or at least I wasn't seeing that there was so much potential for them to be able to do that for me, not just as a teacher, but as a person. And so I just sort of became obsessed with chasing that, building that in every classroom, every space that I went into with every group of kids that I had, or every teacher that needed support, trying to convey that no, that's possible. That's not some sort of abstraction. You can make that, but it's very difficult, and it takes an enormous amount of courage and focus. So when I left High School of the Arts, they were you got to use the biscuit. whenever you facilitate circle. So that's why I still use this biscuit to facilitate circle. And Lou does not know anything about this biscuit. And he's like 5 years old now. He was student of the month this month. Like, he's rocking and rolling, but he, like, one of these days, I'm gonna give him the biscuit and just be like, buddy, this has been a huge part of my career professionally. And he's gonna be like, that's the weirdest thing I've ever heard in my life. Like, he probably doesn't even remember what happened to him. But so I want to share that with you today. And if we're gonna learn anything, we should probably just get comfortable being maybe a little bit more vulnerable with each other than maybe we're comfortable with. I want to give you an opportunity to think about who you are when you're the best version of yourself. And so if that means you got to close your eyes and just imagine for a moment, I just want you to like reflect on when you're at school and you feel like you're being the teacher, the administrator, or the professional the educator, that you always envisioned yourself being. What would the people around you say you value? Not what you want them to say. Think about like your behavior at school when you're feeling like you're at your best. What would the people around you say you value? I'm going to pass the talking piece and give you an opportunity to just share that value. And if you feel inclined, go ahead and share just like maybe a brief story or something that, helps us understand like why you embody that value when you're the best version of yourself. And if you don't want to share, it's all good. Just pass the talking piece.
When I'm at my best, or what others would say is the value that I cherish the most is being a servant, or serving others, is what others would say about me. Mostly because that's kind of what I do in everything that I do in all of my numerous jobs. Here's a story, the quick story. So I'm at a new school, and we're doing Meet the Counselor. I'm doing True and False. One of the questions was, works at a funeral home. They're like, false. I'm like, no, that's true. One of the questions was, drives a squad car. They're like, false. I'm like, no, that's true. Then one of the students said, they were asking me why I did that. And what I did was go and I told them that, I'm that person that makes that notification to the family, the funeral home I serve the people. So one of the kids made the connections and said, oh, that's why you do what you do. Like, you just like helping people. You just like serving people. That's what you like doing. And then one of the other students said, yeah, and she's getting paid. And I looked at him and went, I don't get paid for what I do. I volunteer my time. And he goes, really?
This is actually a really tough question to consider, like how other people view you. But I would say that other people would think that I value reliability and like being a resource. I feel like anybody that I work with knows that if they're struggling with, oh, I'm trying to do this, but I don't really know a good way to do it, that they can come to me and I'll sit down with them and try to figure out a way for them to best facilitate what they're doing. Or if they got to miss a day of class, I'll be the one that, they reach out and say, hey, can you cover this for me? So I feel like I project reliability because it builds stability within not just the colleagues, but the students and the community in general.
I would like to think that people know that I value relationships and mutual respect. I'm a mom, so like my values are to be a good mom, I guess. But being at a boarding school where a lot of the kids are away from their parents, I feel like that's kind of the role that I take on, is I am a teacher, but I also am like a mother figure to them. And so taking that approach to it, I think I build a lot of mutual respect where they know I respect them and then they respect me in return.
When I was trying to picture what I might be doing when I felt like I was at my best teaching, I kind of realized that I was sitting back and watching. And I think that's because when I feel like I'm at my best, it's when my kids are doing their thing and they're comfortable in their room and they know what they're doing. And I can sit back and be like, all right, I helped orchestrate that, and everybody's in here actively learning. Sometimes sounds like controlled chaos, but you know, when you stop and listen and look around the room and everybody's actually really engaged and doing what they're supposed to be doing, I feel like I'm at my best then.
People would say that prepared for me would be my best emotionally, with either just walking into it, whatever you can walk into in a classroom, and being able to be flexible in my lessons and when something comes up in the classroom.
When I'm at my best, I feel like my best value is trying to find joy in anybody around me. I tend to joke a lot with my coworkers. I even said a joke to my class yesterday. One of the girls in my class had orange fingers after lunch, and I said, I wonder if MC Hammer is going to jump out and start saying "Can't touch this" from the commercial from the Super Bowl. So, and the whole class just burst out laughing. And I haven't had many of those moments this year because it's not been a great year, and I know I'm not at my best. But thinking about it in the past, when I am, my classes, they take a lot of pride in when they're happy, they know how to work hard, and they know that Mr. Fritsch is watching. I want him to be happy, so I'm going to do my work. I'm going to do what I need to do. So.
I think others would say one of my best self, I value strong relationships and checking in with those, and continuing those. That's been a challenge for me this year with some of my students. They've had a lot of trauma in their lives which push me away, and so always persevering through that and continuing to build those strong relationships, because you know, at the end of the year you'll see that they have made an impact, even though on a daily basis sometimes you don't feel that way.
I think the value that I would bring would be kind of like the environment or caring for the environment. I say that because I start off my year with a monarch migration unit, and that is like, I love that part of my year, and that's what kids bring up at the end when I say, like, what's your favorite part of the year? They love that part. We also have 2 classroom guinea pigs, and when they're out and running around and I see the kids caring for them just as much, you know, it's like a great circle relationship. So yeah, that.
This week, actually, I feel like I was at my best a lot of days. I took a couple days off last week and took my family to the Dells, and it was a very rough trip. My daughter's 3, and she's a 3-nager right now, so she cried quite a bit, pretty much the whole weekend. But I came back kind of refreshed even after that, and I work with 6th grade students, special education teacher, and I just was happy, and I look at things as like, you know what? Things are always rough, but somebody has it rougher, and I feel like my colleagues look at me as the communicator. No matter what I'm going through in my personal life, I still come to school pretty happy. I help my students. I still go to lunch with students who are out of high school now. So I feel like this week has been my week of happiness, and I help others communicate, and my students communicate, and parents, and that's kind of where I think my colleagues see me as the communicator in my building. So they definitely come to me to help with emails and share information with each other, and I'm kind of the go-to person, so I think that would be my strength.
This is really thematic for me because I run check-in circles at my school, so I rotate to different communities, we call them, instead of classrooms. And our question this week was, at your best self, your best human form, what one word would you use to describe that? So that's been really cool this week and really thematic. But I think at my best self, what my colleagues and maybe students would say about me is that I value sincerity. In our building, there's a lot of sarcasm and joking, and that helps us build relationships. And I think that sometimes when I enter the room, I'm building the relationship with sincerity and some vulnerability, and sometimes that's very funny and sarcastic, but other times it's serious and gets them to build that self-awareness and dig a little deeper. So I think that's what I would be seen as valuing.
I think my colleagues would say that I value collaboration. And so I really enjoy working on teams and working with a group of people, and that allows to have different perspectives, and also really enhances my creativity because of working with others. So I would say collaboration.
I know that I'm at my best when I'm focused on the positives. I know it can get easy to get sucked into the day-to-day negative things that happen with our kids, with our colleagues, with our administrators. So when I'm focused on the good things, the positive things that we see every day, and also making sure that I point out good things to kids. I know, oh, I saw you do that. That was really awesome. And those little things that really helps them to kind of like, yeah, all right, I'm doing good today too. So just sharing that positivity.
I think when I reflect back on the days that I have felt at my best self as a teacher, probably the word that comes to mind is joy.
I would definitely say my coworkers could say when I'm at my best would be dedication to the mission. I have a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old, and I work nights. So I have a husband who trims trees all day long and then comes home and has to deal with 2 toddlers screaming for mommy. So I have to figure out that balance of what I owe my family, but then having a job that I feel is rewarding, and kind of being like a parent at my job too, and finding that balance of work life and home life.
So I'm at my best when I'm generally, they feel like I generally care about every single kid, and that I've built an effective relationship with every single kid every single year. I think I've realized that I got to talk to every single kid every single day, no matter checking in with them, no matter how short or long that conversation is. But if they know that I generally care about them, I'm asking them how they're doing every single day. It's really helped me, I guess, along the way with building a good relationship with everyone every year.
I guess when I think about my best self, I would think about being positive in the classroom and just knowing that I'm a kindergarten teacher, so I have a lot of littles in the room and things can change within 5-10 minutes. So being also flexible with that as well.
When I'm at my best self, I think people know I value collaboration and feedback. I'm a special education teacher, so I think of how much I value everyone's ideas and input for problem solving for kiddos when we write IEPs, taking everyone's ideas from the therapist, the parents, the admin, the classroom teacher, everyone working together for the betterment of the child.
When I'm at my best self, I think people would say that I'm creative, which sometimes can be hard to do in these dark, long, cold winter months.
Well, this question is very timely for me because I was a classroom teacher, and for the past decade I was an instructional coach and math specialist. This last year I stepped out of that role. That position was cut, and now I'm the acting AP at my school. And thinking about where I want to go next year, I'm thinking about my past 25 years in education and when really was I my best self. And I've agreed to step down from that position to go back into the classroom because I'm really missing the connections, and these are my colleagues here, and I've had the opportunity to go into their classrooms and really have a passion with the kids and show them I'm really excited about being there. And I mean, whatever we're doing, telling them like, this is the best part of my day to be here with you. So I'm looking forward to that.
When I'm at my best self, I'm empathetic. To be empathetic, I need quiet time. And some days it's really hard to have quiet time so I can take a breath and figure out what's going on around me and notice the little details of each of the students and relationships that we're having.
When I'm at my best self, I think people would say that I'm very patient with kids. I try and always be calm when dealing with situations and trying to strive to have one-on-one conversations and really hear students out and be patient to hear their side of everything. And I also think another value would just being helpful and stepping up and helping other teachers or taking on different leadership roles in my school.
I think when I'm at my best self, I'm steady. I'm a dean of students at a high school, so a lot of my day is unpredictable with different emergencies or different classroom referrals or things like that. And I think sometimes it's really easy to get sucked into whatever nonsense comes into my office, but to remind myself and to like take care of myself enough to be like, nope, share your steadiness instead of joining that.
I think at my best self that my colleagues would say I'm dependable, whether it's doing things in my classroom with my students or the other things that I do around our building.
I would say attentiveness, knowing when it's just a simple greeting or knowing if someone needs to talk or just needs you to listen or needs to some are looking for some advice.
I would say solution-based. If there is a problem, I'll try to understand it, but instead of just focusing on it and maybe even gossiping about it or talking about it with coworkers, I'll try to move to solutions instead of just focusing on the problem.
I would say reflective, whether it be self-reflecting on what I'm doing in the classroom, the relationships I'm building, or conversations that I'm having with students or colleagues, but also helping the students reflect on their days and kind of the decisions that they're making and talking it through with them and just being a listener as they go through that process themselves.
Yeah, it's like the question itself of what would your colleagues say kind of rings true because I sent my staff just some information about can't really control what others think, but I think value is improvement, and I think when I'm at my worst is when I feel we're not making improvements, and when I'm at my best, I see that, and I think that's something over the last couple of years just really struggling with. You know, well, how do we really define our success and improvement? But that's still something. My answer changes daily or weekly to that. So.
I've changed mine like 5 times. That's the problem with being this far in. So I have the unique experience to have my former colleagues from when I was a teacher here and my current colleagues. So I'm going to say both. I think when I was in the classroom, I was a warm demander without knowing the language. So thank you, Ronette, for giving me that language. And now I think I'm striving to be restorative. When I'm at my best self, I'm restorative.
I'm at my best self when I can be myself. In whatever environment it is, I can be truthful, I can be trustworthy. I have this real quick story. I sent people to my nail tech, and she called me on the phone just randomly the week before last, and she said, "How come everybody that you send me act just like you?" And I said, and I was like, "What do they act like?" And she was like, "They are humorous like you. They're trustworthy like you." And that really made me feel good. So when I can be my best self and I can be truthful, I can be trustworthy, then I'm at my best self.
I saw the question in two parts. So if I look at how I see my best self, the one word that I come up with is authenticity. I'm authentic. I'm not trying to be superwoman anymore. You know, I have my good days and my bad days, good experiences, bad experiences. And then when I look at how maybe everybody else sees me, and what I value most, it's others. So my relationship with others and my interactions with them, and that they are authentic, that we're not always going to be laughing and smiling, and we're not always going to have great interactions, and hopefully we do have some, but that all of those interactions and our relationships, if we're authentic, can help us to grow, and we have something to learn from them. So.
So when I was thinking about this, and after hearing everybody else, I probably changed mine like 5 times as well. But the one thing that, well, 2 things that kind of really kept coming back to me is that when I am at my best self, I feel like, and this is partly based on my feedback from like the people that are around me, is that I'm present, meaning that I am attentive, creative, focused, and energetic. But I also very much value empowering others. And so this, just another quick story. So a couple months ago, I probably was not at my best self. Actually, I know I was not at my best self. And I knew it, but you know how you know you're not at your best self, but you don't think anybody else knows that you're not at your best self? And I'm really thankful for my team because they were able to say, "Kristen, are you okay?" And then it allowed me to take that mask off and say, "You know what? No, I'm not. I'm not okay." And you know, this is why. And so it was like getting back what I continued to try, or I tried to put out to other people. I tried to be present with other people. That is very important to me, especially as a school therapist. It's very important to me to be present with the people that I am working with. But it's also very important to me that I'm like trying to empower them in a way that they are able to build up themselves and see themselves for who they view themselves as. And so when someone else did it for me, it was like, oh man, okay, all right, okay, I got this, you know, and it was a reminder that, you know what, you do value those things, and those things do mean a lot to you. And to have that done to me just made it even more powerful for myself.
This was a tough one. I've done the same thing. I've gone back and forth, but I think loyalty. I think the kids know that I'm going to show up, whether they want to see me or not. Checking in on them. You know, if I have an instance with a child, I always try to follow up with them later in the day and just see, hey, how you doing? Regardless of whether they're in my room or not. I'll show up to the lunch table. The kids are surprised. So I think it's just showing up.
I kind of saw this in 2 parts as well. When I first heard the question, I was thinking of how my colleagues and how I interact with my peers, and that the word that came up was hardworking. And then when we had to kind of think about it and think about maybe how you're your best self in the classroom, then I was seeing myself with my students. So I kind of saw it in 2 different ways. But then with my students, I know someone else kind of said this too, I was hearing laughter and joy. And so the main thing that stuck out to me was relationships, and how those have really been in the forefront of when I feel like I'm at my best self. I know even when I have rough days that I have kiddos that I've had in the past come visit me at lunch, or at the end of the day I have some kiddos that are now in 4th and 5th grade that come and help in the classroom and want to come and talk about things through their day. And I didn't even realize that it was happening, but one of my coworkers was like, do you know how powerful it is that you have over half of the kids that you've had in the past come visit you every day? And so that was really powerful for me. And then reflecting that I really need to step it up this year. I know my kiddos are different and I'm having a harder time connecting with them like I did with classes in the past. So that is just an amazing reminder that I want to be a link in their chains of the students that I have now and not just the students that I did have.
All right, my answer is almost exactly the same as yours, and my name is also Kristen, so that freaked me out a minute there. But I would say thinking of how others perceive me at my best is patient. I do counseling services with kids and teach and work with families, and I know others perceive me as patient even if I always don't feel I'm being patient. I think in education it always feels like we never have enough time to do everything we need to do, but that mindfulness aspect as well. So I'm glad others still see me as patient even if I don't feel patient at the time, because it can be hard when you're working with a kid and having to sit and let them experience their problem instead of just telling them what to do, letting them explore it and get there on their own. But also being mindful that that's what they need. And a similar story, someone asked me if I was okay yesterday. They were actually asking if I'd assist running circles in their classroom. And I'm happy to do that, but my mind wandered thinking of all the things I have to do, and attendance and data and working with homeless families. And so, and it was very apparent, I guess, that my mind wandered. She goes, "Are you all right?" I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. And when reflecting on why she asked me that, I wasn't being mindful in that moment or patient with myself, because it's just that stress and pressure of everything you have to get done. So remembering to be patient with me and that things will play out how they're meant to, but it's important that I'm mindful in that moment, doing my very best I can.
I wanted to change my answer because 2 people already said this, but joyful. In my previous position, I was also a special ed teacher, and so I try to make it a point to always be at my best, because my kids deserve me at my best. And so knowing that sometimes they came to school with their own struggles, I wanted to make sure that they always knew that Miss Ramos would have a smile on her face and a smile for them, and we would have a joyous time in the classroom. My coworker's right here, so I hope she knows that I like to insert humor in everything I do, just because I like to see a smile rather than a frown.
We laugh all the time here. God, I've changed mine about 15 times. I would say outspoken, but I believe that models to kids too self-advocacy. With that, though, I think being open-minded and flexible, because I think change is good. I know a lot of us, especially in education, it changes every year. We're doing something new. I happen to enjoy that. And I hope that models for my kids too, that flexibility is okay. I try to be very flexible with them as well. It doesn't always have to be my way. And that's a huge life change for me, because if you would have asked me 15 years ago, it was totally opposite. So maybe that's just age, I don't know.
I would say energetic and enthusiastic, because I absolutely positively love what I do.
I would say enjoying the moment right then and there. I'm a speech path and I work with 4-year-olds all the way up to 8th grade. So from half hour to half hour, my day is very different. And I want the kids I work with at that time to feel very special.
I think I'm at my best self when I'm in play mode. And I learned that from the fish philosophy, if anybody knows of that. But the play, not so much in the playfulness as it is in looking at things in different ways. And it validated some of that playfulness that I was trying to bring into the classroom and my family and things like that, along with humor. So I think that goes into a lot of different places. I was looking at a kind of a web as I was drawing out for myself and listening to others, and see how some of that all fits in. It's got rules in it, strategies, re-strategizing, all kinds of things that I try to do with the people I work with, adults and children.
It's been very difficult for me as well. I keep saying I'm at my best, but I keep thinking about what I would say when I'm at my best, so I'm going to change it to what other people would say. And even with that, it keeps changing. I'm a coach, and as I think about what others would say, it's very different in the academic setting than in coaching, so it keeps changing the answer as well. So I guess I'm just going to say what other people have just told me. I think it's the easiest way. I don't think I smile very much, but people always say you're always smiling. And I guess I would say the ability to build connections and having others feel open or safe to try new things or build their confidence.
I would say I'm at my best, or what others might say is I tend to be very positive or try to stay positive, which makes me approachable because people will come to me and it doesn't look like I'm grouchy or grumpy. And so, but I think I'll give an example. I coach with Coach Barr, and we lost a heartbreaker first place game to South Milwaukee. And on the bench, I'm kind of like smiling and enjoying it because it was a very intense game. And the kids were kind of like, "What's wrong with you?" And I was just like, this is great because I'm in the philosophy, if you're uncomfortable, it's a positive thing in the long run. And so I was just like, we are getting so uncomfortable, and yet we're getting through this. And the end game is to do well in the playoffs. And I felt that this was just one of those great steps. And so I think people kind of say, and I just like to be around people that smile versus people that are frowning. And so I just try to live with that. And it's funny because I am, throughout my career of 28 years of teaching, I moved into a different role and moved into a different building. And as I'm packing up stuff, you realize that you maybe over the years have collected a lot of junk. And so one of the things I packed up was a book that looked like it was maybe from 1973. You know, it's got the discolored paper and, you know, pages and stuff like that. But on the cover, it's a little picture book that says things can always get worse. And so I just keep that. It's actually in my room by my whiteboard. And, you know, if the worst thing that happened to us was we lost the game that night, well, then we're blessed. And so I kind of look at it like that.
For me, I would say caring and supportive. I'm an athletic director, and my coaches and whatnot. And so being supportive of all that they have to deal with, but also caring, because also it's trying to find home-life balance. I think everybody has kids. I know Appleby has 4, like, almost steps. And I remember hugging his wife last year at the season end, because to watch her come in with the little baby carrier and the other 3, I was like, you're an amazing woman. And I thank you for giving me your husband, because basketball season is a long season. And so, so for me, when I'm at my best, is being supportive and caring.
Well, for me, when I'm at my best, I think other people would say that I'm helpful, either in the classroom or on the field, on the court. When I'm in the classroom, as an EL teacher, I help my kids. But once I'm in the classroom, anybody else is it's game. I just special ed, regular ed, doesn't matter. So I would say.
So I coached for many years, and actually this is my first year not coaching the basketball team because I have the 4 little kids at home. But I still spend pretty much my whole day in a weight room. And so for me, at my best is portraying effort and enthusiasm to the kids. And I joke with them all the time. We kind of have little sayings in the weight room that we use. But one of them is, this is the easiest class in the school, but it's the hardest. Because it's easy because all you got to do is come in and work. But it's hard because every day you got to come in and work. And I think that's a good message for everybody, right? Like, you can't just take days off. And that's another saying we have is no days off. But so, you know, just portraying, and when I'm at my best, I feel like not only am I engaged in the workout enthusiastically, but the students are as well. So.
Okay. I think this is my team, because this is just kind of, this is going to roll, but remaining hopeful, I think, is what drives me. So that's what I value. And a verse that I keep in my heart at all times is, hope deferred makes the heart sick. And so as I am a woman over 50, I will say that my 29-year-old son, who is 6'7", 275 pounds of yum, just saying, was with Mama, and he said, I'm proud of you. I've watched you remain hopeful. And that gave us hope. I have 3. And so that's what drives me, is that, you know, we can't control stuff, right? But we can choose. It's not a strategy. Being hopeful is not a strategy, but it can definitely be a mindset. And it's a decision that I have purposed in my heart, that I will not lose hope.
All right. Oh, thank you. I need my biscuit. Well, now I learned something new. Now I'm apparently 6'7", 295 pounds of old. So that's me. So I'm a new teacher this year. I've changed careers, and this is my first year teaching math. And so I'm thinking in kind of 2 different worlds. Like, what I've been told before is a strength of mine. And so encouraging others in a way that causes them to become more confident, I think that is a strength of mine and something. But then what's observable of me as a teacher is that I'm there really early because I don't know what I'm doing. So I like get in early to try to figure everything out. So I guess committed maybe would be another word.
So I tried to picture my best self, and I just picture myself in my classroom with my students. And so I think some of the similar words that Kristen said over there, I'm Kristen too, empowering, to really, you know, moving those, I teach first grade, moving those kids from maybe not even knowing how to read yet to being able to read text, but also not just academic, but the character piece of giving them the language to help them resolve conflict too, to empower them.
I would say that when I'm at my best self, I'm really confident, but like in the like everybody's gonna be confident too kind of way. So I think that when I'm very much at my best self, I'm empowering to other students. That being said, it would be a gross understatement to say that I have not been at my best this year, but I think at the very least that translates through to my students as being knowing that they are supported and that they are valued.
It's hard going last. I'm just going to say that I value relationships. It's been said, just transparency, and I think everything that I do and what I work at is based on relationships, and that's the success or failure of what I feel when I feel good about myself. If I'm helping people have healthy ones or not.
That took a long time. But that's, like, I've learned to value times like this because listening intentionally does not happen by default in me. I mean, throughout that entire process, I started to wander almost, predictably. And it took so much effort to stay engaged and remind myself that
the power to listen to other people is all I really have sometimes. And any notion that like there's some other tool I have that's more powerful than that is just, that I'm just lying to myself. It's like my listening will always be my most powerful tool. So if I'm not flexing that muscle every day as intentionally as possible, it atrophies. And I run into this, I start believing that like I fix things for people. I say things to people and things get better. Or like I stand up in front of a bunch of adults and say like, this is how you got to be with kids, and then things change. And that just doesn't happen. If that happened, like we'd be scheduling professional development every day and changing the way that schools operate and the way that kids feel. I feel strongly as an educator that this process is the truth that lives in this process is the fact that we all have to come to terms with the fact that we might not be the best listeners that we thought we were. Or we might not be taking the time to listen as authentically as we can. And so the activity has two real, I think, lessons in it. The first is, what does it look like for you to listen? And what does it feel like? And how do you prioritize that every single day? Knowing that all you really have is your ability to listen to other people. And you're only listening to other people if they're saying things to you. So if you're not listening a lot, you could actually, realize that nobody's saying anything to you. And then what's really going on? People usually don't share things with people who don't listen to them. The other thing that I think is really important as we walk away from here and move into more of a traditional learning space is that reflecting on who you are at the best version of yourself has to be where all this work starts. When I walk into a classroom or when I walk into a building, my behavior is the only thing that kids and other adults can use to gauge who I am and what I value as a person. And so if my behavior is incongruous with my values, that's a problem. So the very first step, I feel, in the movement towards like embodying restorative philosophy is understanding that if there is a dichotomous relationship between the way that you feel as a person, what you value, and the way people perceive you, that needs to be rectified in some way. And as educators in the classroom, that's happening every day. Every day we walk into class, when our behavior is incongruous with our values, our students are passing judgment on us and making assumptions about who we are based on a fallacy. So how do you begin to align those two things? What I value is aligned to how I behave. And that's where this work starts for me professionally, because my behavior as an educator for the first however many years of my career was not congruent with my values. And coming to that realization, that was my come to Jesus moment, where I realized the person, there were some kids who I taught who knew a version of me that was inauthentic, not true to what I believe to be good and true about education, and then also, frankly, was not somebody who I was interested in having a relationship with. But somehow, this version of me came out, and the system, allowed it to. I was I got positive feedback for being that version of myself, right? My evaluations were yo, that version of yourself that a lot of kids hate, that's an effective educator. So as we move back to the tables, I want you to hold on to that, that version of you that you when your colleagues saw you as the best version of yourself, because that is who you want to be. So how do you do that intentionally all the time? How do you make that your mission every day. Start there. That's where I think restorative philosophy becomes really powerful, because now you're understanding that, like, I'll only ever be able to build as many relationships as I can, trusting, intentional, valuable, loving relationships, when I understand who I am and how my behavior is telegraphing that to, like, other people's kids. So what I want to do now is, like, transition back to the tables, just like get up, 5-minute break, move around, get some coffee, and then we'll come back and I'll just sort of walk you through, like, some of the heady stuff. Okay, I'm gonna get moving just so that we have enough time to talk a little bit before lunch, because there's a lot of stuff that I'm gonna throw at you right now that will probably require some processing and some digestion and stuff, and I want to honor, you know, your need for that. So whenever I facilitate this training, well, first of all, let me start a little earlier than that. So this training is a consolidation of 2 separate trainings that we facilitate in MPS for, you know, frankly, anybody who's interested. One training is called, so we have a 3-part training series that our office provides to teachers and administrators and so on. Foundations of Restorative Practices, circle keeping, and then a training that we're going to talk about today and I'm going to offer in part, using circles to teach. So the training series is 3 full days, and over the course of about a month or a few weeks. And it moves from introducing adults to the philosophy and facilitating a mindset shift, then kind of providing them with a toolbox in circle keeping. Like, here's, now that you're plugged in, here's your tools. And then using circles to teach really takes the philosophy from those 2 trainings, the tools and the philosophy, and integrates it into a pedagogy. So what does it look like to integrate this philosophy into, like, the way you deliver curriculum, so that we're not thinking of restorative practices as that the way that we respond to challenging behavior or build relationships, and then we start teaching again. How do we integrate the 2 of them? So what I'm going to try to do with you today is take that first training, Foundations of Restorative Practices, so the mindset shift stuff, and then marry it to using circles to teach. So helping you hopefully leave here with the ability to go back into your schools and begin thinking about what would it look like to apply this philosophy to the way that we teach kids. So that's my hope too, right? That's my aspiration. So I kind of pick and choose which quotes I toss in here sometimes, and this Brene Brown quote I always come back to, and hopefully you can all see it. Brene Brown says that a deep sense of love and belonging is an irreducible need of all people, and we all know that to be true from being human beings on the planet Earth, that's something we all need. But she goes on to say that really we're biologically, cognitively, physically, and spiritually wired to love, and to be loved, and to belong. And when those needs aren't met, we don't function. Or at least we don't function the way that we were meant to function as human beings. We break and we fall apart, and we're numb to the feelings of others, and we're numb to things like empathy. And essentially, our behavior reflects that. And so Brene Brown calls it kind of like a sickness. So based on our circle discussion, or that opportunity for us all to share like who we are when we're our best selves, and then like marrying that with this quote from Brene Brown, what we're really starting off with is this idea that like, in order to really be that best version of ourselves, like we have to be able to like love ourselves. We have to be able to have an identity that is found, is built on love and feeling loved by other people and being able to take that love and spread it to other people. And so we'll get back to that in a moment as we start talking about the foundational, like the building blocks of restorative philosophy. So like I said earlier, my name's Drew. I'm from the Violence Prevention Program in Milwaukee Public Schools, transitioning to a new role next week. So I'm excited about that, and we'll see, hopefully, if I see some of you again at some point. I know this summer there are a couple of trainings that myself and my colleague, Shauna Perry-Finn, she's leading the implementation of restorative practices district-wide in MPS that we'll be facilitating. So in the event that you come to that conference, you'll have access to both of those professional developments. My email address is up here, and in the event that you want to reach out to me following this PD, I'd be more than happy to answer any questions you have, share resources with you, provide you with a little bit of guidance around what you're thinking. My bread and butter is really like coaching. And that's what I really love about the role that I have right now, is my ability to train people and then go into classrooms and schools and support them. So I am, just an email away. And in the event you want to, talk in more depth about something, it's absolutely fine to just send me an email, and we can, I'm just a phone call away also. I also want to mention one of my colleagues and collaborators, Erin Dunleavy, who is a practitioner out in New York, and she was a dean of students in New York public schools and a teacher. And a couple of years ago, through some other colleagues of mine, I had the opportunity to meet her and go to some trainings that she facilitated and collaborate with her around the development of a portion of the training that I'm going to facilitate for you today. So I always like to mention Erin because she's a colleague and a friend and someone who I really feel like is kind of at the forefront of a lot of this work in education. And so I put her contact information up there as well. A lot of the material that we'll be using and using Circles to Teach kind of started with her. This is like my, I guess, kind of general learning plan today. I don't know if this is everything that you need, so I told Amy, we'll just like in the next 10 minutes kind of figure out where we need to go today. But these are some points that we really could hit on depending on what we're able to get through. So I really want you to understand like what a restorative mindset looks and sounds like and what it means to like embrace a restorative philosophy. And that's all just kind of like intellectual stuff, being able to articulate that. I'm going to introduce the continuum of restorative practices to you so that you can understand like what the tools are, how they're used, and sort of where they fall along a continuum. And then also really giving you the opportunity to begin to like think about what it looks and sounds like to kind of engage in restorative conversations with other people or with kids. This afternoon, more so, we'll kind of move towards really thinking about what it would look and sound like for us as educators to facilitate circles around content, the actual academic content that we're teaching. And then also really look at some lesson plans that have been developed around that tool and sort of understanding how they differ from maybe the more traditional formats that we're used to. But also a lot, using the things that we're familiar with and the frameworks that we're familiar with to just sort of enhance what we're already doing and infuse it with that restorative philosophy. And that's sort of the last thing that I want to introduce you to is like the existing frameworks, like the Charlotte Danielson framework and understanding by design, and like how these frameworks are really complementary to this philosophy that I'm introducing some of you to. So we already experienced our values circle this morning. I really just want to present some questions to you and then provide you with some answers to those questions, and hopefully we can just kind of have a dialogue around some of these things before we break for lunch. So understanding the importance of restorative practices within the context of schooling in the United States, giving you a definition, which I won't give you right away, but allowing you to leave here with a really concrete definition of restorative practices. And then understanding how to apply those practices to your own professional roles. And I know based on having sat in circle with you that we're not all teachers, and some of us define ourselves through our coaching, and some of us are support staff, and some of us are administrators. So I really want to try to figure out how can you leave here feeling that this stuff applies to what you're doing day to day. And then this afternoon, we'll kind of move into the teaching component. Like, how do we integrate that philosophy into how we're delivering content and curriculum to kids? So we'll take a look at some circle-based lesson plans and those frameworks as well, and kind of ask ourselves, all right, what do we know about the Danielson framework? Like, what do we know about understanding by design? What do we know about what works for students who receive ELL support, and what, how restorative practices can fit into that framework? So it's going to be really important today that you feel safe and supported enough to like push back against me. There's probably going to be a lot of stuff that I say that sounds great, but you might not necessarily believe is true about teaching or about kids. And I find that unless we're able to have conversations about that, it's hard to turn what we learn here into practice. So like everybody who's sitting here, I expect, is taking what I'm saying and applying it to their classroom or school, or like the people they interact with every day. And that's the barometer that you're using to gauge like the effectiveness of what I'm saying. Like, I'm going to think about my most difficult class of the day, or I'm thinking about the group of people who I struggle to get anything done with. And like, if this doesn't apply to them, then I'm going to move on to something else. So that's the stuff that we need to like lean into today as I give you this information and push you a little bit to try and figure out what would this look and sound like for you. Please push back, and say, here's what's going on with me. I don't know if that's true, and here's why. And let's figure it out, because I've probably like had to navigate that situation at some point, and you might be right. And in that sense, we can commiserate with each other. The values activity agenda is up here. And this is a very common, those of you who are familiar with that blue book, Circle Forward, that you have in front of you, this is like probably the most beneficial, I think, resource for educators available right now. It consolidates about 300 different pre-made circle agendas into one place. And the value circle, the very brief value circle that I facilitated with you, originates in that book. So it's nice to know that you actually have those tools at your disposal right away today. There's a lot of agendas in there that you might look at and feel, hey, I'm prepared to do this. I want to facilitate with kids. And we'll talk about, what circles are within the whole framework of restorative practices. But this agenda, there's probably 4 or 5 different value circles in that book. And this is a version of one of those. But obviously I didn't facilitate this with you because we'd still be in circle right now doing that. We talked about this a little bit. I'm going to give you the opportunity to just, I'm going to sort of synthesize why we talked about values. We consider them foundational to this work. And a lot of times conversations about values, in my experience, really invite us as people to see the things that we have in common so that we can respect our differences. Like, the goal is not to figure out what we share and move forward. The goal is to figure out, like I mentioned in Circle, what values are sort of divergent, right, from the things that we share. That's the stuff as an educator that I'm interested in, because that's where like conflict lives, right? Like conflict lives in divergent values, like coming head to head with each other. And like if you've never named those values, then conflict turns into like a barrier. And it's this, it gets ugly, and like it slows stuff down, and people, you know, leave schools and find other jobs and leave the profession. But like, if you have conversations about values, and then you're really intentional about going like, these are the things that we don't really share, the beliefs. Then you predicting right out of the gate, that's where the struggles are going to be. That's where we're going to struggle. And you're also like normalizing that conflict. You're going like, there's no way around that. At some point, those values are going to intersect and there's going to be issues. How do we navigate that? And how do we expect it? How do we use it as an opportunity then to build better relationships, right? Like that's the beginning of the restorative mindset. So we have to prioritize those conversations. And the circle can be used to do that, right? That's a tool to facilitate that conversation. But that doesn't mean that you can't have a values conversation sitting around a table with people, or when you're hanging out at somebody's house talking about whatever. Having a conversation about values can look and sound however you need it to look and sound. The idea is that talking about values is what moves us closer to being able to treat conflict as the opportunity that it is, which is really what restorative philosophy kind of is all about in some ways. What we can then do is take those values and we can integrate them into what we as practitioners call shared agreements. And this is where I think a lot of like my coaching support has taught me that there's a lot of unlearning involved in this work. There's a natural tendency, I think, in schools that are very hierarchical to believe that when you sit with a bunch of people and you sort of all agree on how you're going to treat each other, that's what's going to help you avoid conflict. And I think in some spaces it does, but I think more so in my experience, what I find is that like it teaches people not to say like how they feel. That many like educators that I work with or like administrators that I've talked to, it's almost like when I have a meeting with them about what's going on, there's like all this truth being spoken. And then when we get together for like the professional development or the support, like it takes me half an hour to like pull that out of everybody. But they have norms and they have like intentions that they've created. And I'm sort of like, okay, well, how come you're not being honest with each other if you have norms or you have intent? And I guess in my opinion, it's because there really hasn't been a conversation about what people value. So people still don't feel safe to sort of say, this is how I feel, and it's incongruous with what maybe my principal or like the administration feels, without fearing that like they'll be judged. So this is where like shared agreements become really, really, really valuable in communities, whether they're like classroom communities, communities of adults. our values become the foundation on which our shared agreements are built. So if we're sort of saying, like, when I'm the best version of myself, my colleagues would say I'm honest, well, that comes up all the time in values conversations. That comes up constantly. I mean, if I sit with a staff and do a values activity, that value pops up predictably 6, 7, 8, 9 times. That gets integrated into the shared agreements, and we just say collectively, look, when we are operating as our best selves, we are being honest with each other. And this is what that looks and sounds like. Now, when somebody speaks up and says, look, I have a problem with this, and this is why, and here's how I feel about it. Initially, we'll still probably feel discomfort because we're not used to that level of intimacy, like professionally. But what we realize is that what we can do now is actually like engage with that person, because we can remember that, oh, that's who we are when we're at our best. You know, that person who we disagree with is like honoring what we agreed on when we said this is who we are when we're our best. So like we can remind each other of that. I disagree with you and it's difficult, but you know, you're doing exactly what you said you were going to do and what we had agreed we were going to do. And that's sort of a paradigm shift. I don't think there's a lot of like, that's still kind of an abstraction for a lot of adults. Sorry, I'm moving around a lot. This is my proximity control kicking in. So we're not particularly used to being in environments like that, and I think that there's a level of discomfort that we kind of have to push through, right? What you were talking about, that like understanding that like, yeah, that doesn't feel nice, but like we're moving somewhere, and that's good. And that kind of gets back to this idea that like conflict it's an opportunity. That's how you grow. So we can't move towards a new way of being at school, this restorative vision, without also embracing conflict. But like paradoxically, the model of schooling that we all embrace views conflict as like a barrier, that like something is wrong. It needs to be fixed. So we got to kind of come to terms with that, right? If we're going to say conflict is what helps us grow, but the system sort of treats conflict as a problem, well then, what are we going to do? How do we move forward and grow together unless we have policies and procedures that are in place that treat conflict as the opportunity that it is? So shared agreements are the first step towards that, right? Sort of embracing that approach. That's how you integrate it into your policies and procedures, right? It's like we'll talk about values and develop shared agreements so that now we're setting ourselves up to use conflict as an opportunity to grow closer and more trusting and build better relationships. So we talked about this a little bit when we were in Circle, or I told you about this. What kind of things did you notice as we were like sitting there, and apply that to your classroom or your school? Like, what were some of your takeaways? And be honest, right? Like,
Well, I've done these circles before, but I always think about like the devil's advocate. Mm-hmm. Like I think about it was a big group, but especially with my middle school groups that I run, there's always going to be somebody who doesn't follow the values. They're going to be laughing or making comments at any. So like I immediately go, like I understand the practice. I've done circles a lot and inside and outside of school with adults and kids, but I sometimes struggle with those moments, and I just usually try to stay grounded and quiet to see if someone else will redirect someone. But I think about those moments when you have the kids who are like, either they're feeling uncomfortable, so they're not following the established agreements, So I just think about those moments.
Yeah. I don't have an answer to that. I want to ask just like a follow-up question. But is that a problem?
No, it's actually a great learning moment.
Yeah.
Because usually if you can hold the main ego but be silent and listen, it starts, or ask a question. Like, I'm noticing you're making a lot of comments. Let's give you the talking piece. What's going on? Or ask a question to see what's actually happening, because usually the behavior is a result of something they're feeling that actually should be shared in the circle.
Yeah, and this goes back to behavior, like your behavior versus your values and your beliefs. And this is what I'm obsessed with professionally, is trying to figure out the relationship between these two things in educators, because like here you are saying, like intellectually you understand the value of not following the shared agreements, because that's how community members learn how to honor and respect each other.
Right.
But then paradoxically, the educator in you views it as a problem, because you're sort of going like, I don't like the way that makes me feel. Like, I don't like sitting in circle and kids not following the shared agreements because it makes me fill in the blank. Like,
well, I think it only becomes a problem in a teacher's mind when they're feeling the pressures of, you have to complete so many lessons in the hour, and because really, quite honestly, what are you going to learn if these problems exist? So I think that's when people make the turning point, is that I don't have time for this. I have to finish this circle in 10 minutes, or I'm not going to get to such and such lesson, when in actuality, you have to kind of be the rebel and say, this is more important, because I can't get to the nitty-gritty of my lesson until.
Yeah.
So I just kind of wanted to bring that up, because I know it happens all the time.
Yeah,
and
you're giving voice to the cornerstone of what we'll struggle with moving forward. Like,
that's what people know me as.
Well, that's really valuable, and like, not only do I appreciate that, but I think that you nailed that pressure is coming from somewhere, and we got to figure out where it's coming from, because it's influencing the way that we behave as educators, and it's kind of sabotaging our ability to do what we know. So yeah, like, hold on to that, because we're going to like explore that more and figure out like, how do you even want to fix that? I'm sure there's some people who are like, and that's another thing too, you might walk away from this training today and be like, restorative philosophy is not my jam. Like, I do think that like the world is like an unforgiving place, and like you gotta like just do things sometimes and listen to authority figures, and like I don't have to give you an explanation, and like that's the way that it is. And I'm not here to argue that that's like wrong. I'm just asking, to what extent does that perspective allow you to engage everyone's kids? And so if you're saying like, well, it doesn't, but that's their choice, then I might push back on that a little bit and say like, well, then why are we all public educators? Not all of us, but I mean, like, that's sort of the mission of public education. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I thought that was a great point. I was actually really engaged. One of the takeaways from that specific activity was that as much as I respect everyone in the room and I want to be engaged in everyone's story, that group is way too big to have an effective activity like that.
Yeah.
There's no way I could remember everything people said, and you're kind of just trying to get the takeaways. I'm lucky in the fact that my largest class right now is 10 students.
Right.
So I can do that with all of my classes, and it's meaningful, and I don't necessarily even have to enforce those, shared agreements or anything, because they will do it for each other, because it becomes so intimate. But I think if that was just as a demonstration tool, I think that's great.
Yeah.
But to actually glean meaning from what anybody said in there is very difficult. That's just my takeaway.
I think I mean, I agree with you. And I think that that's the big takeaway. I mean, that's what I'm learning also, is that whenever I do this training, I'll do that with however large the group is. Like for this very thing, to sort of like, as I know as adults and as educators and people who's like navigated the school system, like we'll all default to just trying our best to be engaged. But, you know, most kids won't. They'll be honest with their behavior and they'll walk away or throw a chair out a window or something like that. This is part of the problem, that restorative practices is defined by that process, as opposed to like the philosophical shift that we make as educators. And that's, you know, I want people to understand that everything that you're voicing right now is absolutely correct. I think there's some tendency out there in this realm to sort of push back and go like, well, no, that process, if you just like trust sitting in that process for long enough, things will work out. And like, you know, I've been teaching for a long time and like working with a lot of kids, and like, you know, maybe if you sit there for 5 years every day with a group of 60 kids, like things will lock in at some point. But like the idea is that, you know, it's not applicable to a lot of places in a lot of classrooms. So like, what else could we do, you know?
I'm on the side.
I know I noticed when we were doing the circle, it always grabbed my attention back more when someone would say, well, I took the question this way, or I saw it this way.
Yeah.
And one
Like
of the character, right, it kind of opens your mind to pay attention to how they saw it differently.
Yeah.
And that makes me think of one of the character traits we do at our schools, embracing diversity. And sometimes it's teaching the kids, it's not these big things that make us so different from each other. It can be as simple as taking a question a different way, and it enriches the group's experience in that circle, and using that as a learning moment to point out to them, oh, I appreciate that they saw the question this way and shared their answer with us. So that's what stuck out to me.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I noticed that too in some ways, that people also seemed to need to change what they valued based on what other people said.
I'll let you go first too, it's really quick, but at least half of the people in the circle said, I think I would say.
Yeah.
That's how they started. And I found that like really interesting, right? Like what is it about sharing our values or sharing our feelings that makes us uncomfortable enough about that we must
qualify it in some
yeah,
way.
we're like doubly discounting it before we even say what
Right,
we say,
right. Like this might be what I believe to be true, but like.
But if you like.
But if you don't like it, like I probably was wrong.
Right, yeah.
I think it provides at least an opportunity, which I agree, it's a large number, but it also provides an opportunity for people that might not be outgoing to at least learn more. Like I could very easily come to all of these sessions and sit with my staff and not hear from people. So I think it provides that opportunity to build, like Renette was talking about, of can we get more sense of all students having these same expectations of each other and sharing of feelings. So I think it provides at least that environment where you get to hear more, and even if I was tuned out half the time, I still have learned a lot more than I would have if we didn't do that from people.
Right, certainly, yeah.
I'm just going to pass it over here, but before doing so, I want to piggyback on these comments because I actually talked to Renette in the hallway that was the first time we've had you all in one big group. And that was very intentional, like prior to the other 5 sessions, because we knew how big it was and how much time it would take. But I got to say, it was my favorite. And I, as you've all probably figured out, or many of you have, I'm the clock watcher, I'm the timekeeper, I'm the one going, are we going to get it all in?
Right.
And I own that, and I'm trying to just relax and ease into that a little bit. So for me, the hardest part was not worrying about the time and just owning, like, this is so good. And I learned so much about you as, our cohort, that I would not trade that for the world.
Yeah.
So sometimes you just have to, like, be be comfortable in the discomfort of, it taking a little longer.
Charlotte Danielson talks about how the learner learns. The teacher doesn't. You don't learn from a teacher. You learn from yourself. A teacher facilitates that process. When I hear Amy talk about all the self-reflection that goes into just sitting in a circle for 45 minutes trying to listen to people, and you're talking about I'm the clock watcher, I want things to get done, and I'm thinking I gotta. It's well, that's learning. So if you don't have the opportunity to do that, then what am I teaching you? I don't know, just something to consider, but thanks for sharing that. Sorry.
It's okay. It was a couple of things that I noticed. So one, I was struggling to be engaged like probably everybody else. I had moments where I was drifting off and I went somewhere else. But it really showed me the importance of the centerpiece.
Oh, yeah.
Because during those moments where I was okay, you're wandering, I did bring myself back to the centerpiece, and then I would just sit there and just focus on the centerpiece.
Right.
And then I would be able to bring myself back. But in addition to the centerpiece, too, one of the other things that really helped me be engaged was those other moments where I was really actively listening to other people, hearing other people's stories, and hearing their ability to be vulnerable in this such of a large circle really helped me to maintain my engagement in the circle as well. But I also want to give a kudos to you too, as the facilitator of the circle. Had you not explained what your kind of expectations were of the circle, I think that I probably wouldn't even I may have, but I even look at the centerpiece. But because you explained the purpose of the centerpiece, and you offered a tool for us to use during this activity, it was something that I was able to go back to and say, okay, you're not focused. Look here. Bring yourself back, and then come back to the circle. So I found that to be helpful.
That's really interesting because I do a lot of things intentionally as a facilitator, and that's certainly one of them. But it's interesting that you explain it I didn't tell you what to do. I explained the tool that had been provided for you, and then gave you the opportunity to figure out how to interact with it. And now we're talking about social and emotional intelligence, and we're talking about all the things that we struggle to figure out, how do you teach kids this stuff in the classroom? Yeah, thank you for that.
One thing I noticed during this activity is that everyone participated, and in my role, sometimes when I coach certain staff in the building and they do this activity, they find it very frustrating when our learners pass. And it's pass.
Yes.
Maybe somebody will say one word, pass, and 3 people speak.
Yes.
And I think it's critical to let them know that it's okay when you're trying to establish that safe spot or that safe classroom. In my situation, it was the counselor, and it's his classroom, so they're not in their own classroom, so I don't know if they feel safe speaking there, or if their culture is there yet. But letting them know that it might take some time to get there.
I mean, that kind of goes back. I'm sorry, what's your name? That goes back to what Kristen said about there's this expectation that you bring into circle that things are going to look and sound a certain way. And that's a really common. I get emails from teachers that I train all the time to go in and coach, and the problem is always this is great, I love this, but I got this one class. Nobody wants to share. Or they won't sit in circle, or they leave, or cuss me out, whenever I circle up. And the problem is how do I fix that? instead of like, we're going to talk about this in a moment, with the philosophy, embracing the philosophy and going like, well, what's being communicated? Like, nobody sharing in circle is not a problem. Nobody sharing in circle is a symptom of distrust. So now you've diagnosed it through the circle process, and now you're asking yourself, well, what need has to be met in the community in order to begin moving people towards opening up? And like, you know, in that sense, the kid's behavior is extraordinarily honest. Like, if nobody's sharing in circle, nobody wants to share in circle. Nobody wants to say anything in front of each other. So so now you're going to teach. Now you're going to ask kids to take risks academically. Now you're going to ask them if they understand the Pythagorean theorem. And they can't share with each other in circle. And now you're starting to think about, like, how come their test scores are so low? Like, how come they're not finishing standard? If they don't want to say how they feel in front of each other, how are they going to engage academically with one another?
This is Zaretta. This is Zaretta right now, because what you're hearing is that could be a way that you could call formative assessment for whether amygdalas are hijacked all over your whatever.
Right. Right. Yeah, it's all interrelated. Like, go ahead.
I would just like to speak to Erica's situation. So she was a coach in a room with a counselor having a circle, and that will make kids clam up.
Oh, totally.
Especially the young ones.
Yeah.
So it reminds me of we had district people coming through just to see how our building communicated. My kids always participated in circle. They loved it. They always had something to say. The minute those cameras were on them, they said nothing. Yeah. And I said, there goes my great communication circle, right? Nobody's saying anything. So I think we have to consider the situation too.
Absolutely.
Where they in their regular classroom, and you may have not have seen that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that, again, like that, I think impacts the way, like, there's adults that I'll go through training with who then sort of convince themselves that, well, restorative practices doesn't work, because that's without reflecting on all of these things that we're talking about, like who's facilitating circle with the kids, like where are they sitting, like in whose room are they, what's going on, somebody filming them, like, you know, taking all these things into account.
So I just wanted to respond to the conversation that in those, I've had those moments, those uncomfortable moments with different circumstances. What I have always done is just said, well, I'm noticing in this circle that there's people that don't want to share. So I would switch the share to what would make you feel more comfortable in this circle, or what is making, you know, like really like put the energy of this situation right in the forefront.
Absolutely.
Or why are you not feeling comfortable to share, or is there something that kind of thing?
This is, okay, so now we're talking about facilitation. We're talking about the actual process of facilitation, like being able to recognize what's happening in a community and not fix anything or not offer solutions, but move a community towards understanding. And this is where shared agreements become invaluable, because if you're noticing in circle the things that Kristen's talking about, without shared agreements, you've got to give voice to it. And in the process of giving voice to it, you're like, biases are coming out. You're interpreting the behavior and going, this is what I think I see going on. And then you run the risk of kids sort of being like, that's not what's happening, and dude doesn't know anything about what's going on. And then, you know, people start to move apart. If you have shared agreements, you get to go back to the shared agreements and go, hey, this is what we agreed on. What do you feel needs to change in our agreements to get us closer to, you know, feeling comfortable? So that speaks to the importance of shared agreements as well. Like, they're sort of the anchor. And you can constantly go back to them because they're rooted in everyone's values. So when you talk about shared agreements, what you're really talking about is like the community, the whole community's needs. You can probably figure out why. You know, like we're all professionals.
True.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who has, this is
We're here.
a disembodied voice. Oh.
I just had one comment to kind of all of that. I'm kind of interested to know, I don't mind public speaking. I know like some people don't like it. Not the best at it, but I don't mind like talking in front of people. But with a group that big, I know myself, if like 2 or 3 people that were before me would have passed, I wouldn't have felt bad passing at all.
Right.
But I felt not necessarily pressured, but because everybody else was doing it,
Yeah.
then I felt I had to do it. But I don't think like being in a circle and you not saying anything is necessarily a bad thing, because I guarantee if only about half the people actually talked, I probably would have been way more engaged with what everybody was saying, rather than every 2 or 3 people, I'm like a squirrel, like lost in the sauce, and then bring myself back in. So
I think first of all, you've beautifully summed up the behavior of kids at school in like one statement. Like if everybody's doing this thing, like that's probably what we should do unless we want to be pointed out as being different from everyone else.
May I add just one last thing?
Oh, yeah,
That
go ahead.
large of a circle, what I would say is that that was an exercise in stamina.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
And so one of the things I would say is I would challenge us to question whether students could do that better than we can.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because there's typically too much of our voices in any space
Mm-hmm.
as teacher people.
Yeah.
They're doing that all day.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they're thinking, she's just yakking. Like, why doesn't she just, my goodness, isn't her jaw hurting? Like, kids are captive audiences to us all day long.
Yeah.
But for us, a room full of teachers, I'm like, this is going to get good, right? Because we can't sit still.
Right.
And then one of the ways that we digress is that we start to look at our cell phones.
Mm-hmm.
Or computer screens, or anything else. And we exhibit the exact same behaviors that we would say are inappropriate, irresponsible, whatever, in our classrooms or in our spaces. One way that I would teach my students is, this would have been something I started at the beginning of the year, and we'd use a timer. So we would only have this amount of time for that, and then I would extend that. So if we had been doing large groups like this, Amy, all of LACCS, from the beginning, by now, however long that took, wouldn't have been a big deal if we would have been stretching. So that's something that I would add to that.
Yeah, these are all things that like whenever I facilitate this PD, like there's like all stuff I'm learning too with you. What you said around like judging the quality, like whether somebody shares or not, is absolutely right. Like silence is a form of communication. Like it's just as much a form of communication as talking is. And why do we as educators or as people, like why are we inclined to judge the way that people communicate? You know, like silence isn't a problem unless your expectation is everybody talks. So what we really want to explore kind of in the next half hour or so going into lunch is like, where does that expectation come from? And how does it sabotage our ability to engage everyone? You know, which is kind of what our job is as educators. So I want to do like just a quick demonstration for you to answer this question, why restorative practices. And so I'm going to need one volunteer. And you're going to have to stand up here in front of all these people. And they might think things about you. Or like, I can't control that. But like, if there's someone who's willing to come up here and just stand here. Oh, sweet. Thank you. What's your name? Allie.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm Drew. Thanks so much for doing this. If nobody does it, then the training's over, and I just leave, and that's it. So that was a linchpin. We will now move on. All right, Allie, you're going to be my student.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm Allie's teacher. And we haven't met each other. So this is like before the first day of school. All right. What are all the assumptions that Allie might make about me before she even walks into my classroom? And be honest. Okay, I don't know that. So take a step back. All right. Keep going. And I'm sorry, I should have qualified that with negative assumptions. Oh, this is about me personally now. I do have a lot of tattoos. Some kids though, I found that like that's a little bit, that's more of a, yeah, I get a little, yeah, that helps me I think in a lot of spaces. So yeah, okay, so the fact that I'm a guy might, I don't know, that maybe that's a barrier. I don't know. But let's just consider the tattoos and the guy thing like a barrier. Why not? She's been to school for a long, let's say I'm a high school teacher. Like she's been in school for a long time. Like what other negative assumptions might she make about me based on like her experiences in school? What's that? Okay, so yeah, maybe she doesn't. Well, I was a social studies teacher for most of my classroom career, and just pretend like you don't like social studies. This subject is a problem, right? Yeah, totally. Like what you've heard about me and my expectations, maybe. Yeah, other teachers. And go ahead. Yeah, so, yeah, it doesn't know like how qualified I am to be doing what I'm doing. Totally. Yeah. What if she were a student of color? Oh yeah, sure. Scared, I'm privileged, I'm not from the community. What if she has been diagnosed with some mental health challenges? She's not going to get what she needs. Or you've already judged her because Yeah. All right, what about me? What negative assumptions might I make about her before she sets foot in my classroom? Yeah, maybe that's indicative or indicated by like her behavior from previous teachers. And like, don't lie, I've done it before too. You look at your class list and you go talk to other teachers and you're like, this kid, and this kid, you need like, I had his brother, I had their parent is this, there's a lot of that floats around in schools all the time. What else? Okay, yeah, she's got a whole stack of whole history, a whole caseload that comes with her, which is an indicator that there must be a problem with this kid. There's something wrong with, this is going to be extra work, it's going to be tough, it's going to be, it means more work for me.
Maybe she failed the class last year?
Yeah, she's back, maybe she's back. Right? And that whole story like follows her back into my classroom. All right, we don't have to keep going. We could probably keep going if we wanted to, but we don't have to. So this was a colleague of mine who I believe is still not anymore, was a coach out in Oakland, restorative practices coach in Oakland, California. He had come to Milwaukee to watch a film with us about what was going on there, and he did this activity. And this is, it was really powerful for me when I saw it, and I feel like it's still very powerful for educators. That's day one in a lot of our classrooms, right? In a lot of our classrooms, that's the first day of school. And in my experience, what we tend to do as educators is focus on now teaching from here and assuming that there's something wrong with her. Or the curriculum that I'm like trying to deliver from over here needs to be modified. Or she's got an attitude problem that needs to get fixed. Or there needs to be a reevaluation of her IEP to figure out what support she's not getting. There's an educational philosopher, former teacher by the name of Herbert Cole, who wrote a book called I Won't Learn From You. And in that book, he talks about our addiction as educators with the idea that the system that we operate in is static, and it won't flex at all. She has to engage with it, and she's the one that has to cover all that ground. And so that turns into an achievement gap. That's what that turns into. This gap becomes the achievement gap, and that's what we call it. We call it the achievement gap because that's a problem that can be fixed, right? The achievement gap is a problem because kids aren't learning the way they should be learning, so we'll throw more learning at them in order to learn. But the problem is that it's not an achievement gap. There's actually a relationship gap that needs to be covered first. So as much as you try to throw content at her from over here and to develop new standards and to develop new curricular goals and procedures, none of it sticks. Or maybe it does for some kids, and that lulls us into a sense of complacency that that's working. But she's still so far away. Like, why wouldn't we just shorten this distance? Then we can talk about the achievement gap, but I can't even reach her right now. She's nowhere near me. So what am I doing to intentionally close this divide? That becomes the question. Right? That's restorative philosophy. Right? The teacher operating as a restorative practitioner goes, she can stay over there. Like, I'm coming to her. You know, I'm making only positive assumptions about her ability. And like, I'm not going to engage with the stories that people tell me about her, the negative ones at least. Because that's not her story, that's somebody else's story of her. Like, I'm going to like ruthlessly prioritize checking in with this kid constantly to build a trusting relationship. I'm going to go out of my way to figure out every day how to build systems in the classroom that allow her to engage on her terms, not mine. When she does do that, I'm going to reinforce that and honor that and make sure that she understands that there's value in her experiences. I'm not going to try to educate her in a manner akin to how I was educated. I'm not going to fall into the trap of believing that because I'm educated, the model that quote unquote worked for me is applicable to her. Because there's a lot of people who aren't in this room right now for whom it didn't work. And she might end up one of those. So I'm going to always maintain like my dedication to the idea that like the only thing that matters right now is her story. What are your experiences? And how do I like find a way to honor those experiences, give you the space to say, this is my story, and then engage you through that story. And we're going to talk about that this afternoon. This is manageable. This is manageable. I would say that you could probably start talking about an achievement gap if this is where you were at. But how many of us can genuinely say this is where we are in our schools, that the gap is this small, the relationship gap is this small? That's why. That's the why of restorative practices. We don't make relationship development and community development intentional the way that we make the development of standards and the mapping of curriculum intentional. We don't do that. We rely on people for whom relationship development comes naturally to sort of serve as the model for the rest of us. And they carry the whole school on their backs. Like, I walk into schools all the time that on paper are struggling places, and I can walk into a classroom in that building with some, sage who's been working there for 25 years, who's like, they're fine in here. But the rest of the system is like trying to figure out what's wrong with the kids. I just don't buy that anymore. Like, I'm so sick and tired of that. And I know that professionally, like, I don't have a lot of allies yet. But I'm just done with, like, this whole attitude that kids need to figure out how to engage with us. Right? And I don't, like, this is very soapboxy right now, and I'm sorry for getting that way, but, like, this is what I do. I mean, professionally, is like convince my colleagues to just stop believing that what worked for them works for other people and other people's kids. And that's a trap that I fell into for years when I first started teaching. Thanks, I really appreciate that. But what's also important, and this is important for, I think it's very important that you understand this. I'm not just talking about engaging kids through their stories because their stories are convenient or their stories are like ours. Like, I'm a white guy who grew up in the suburbs of Chicago, and I went to private Catholic schools up until I graduated from Marquette when I got my BA. And then I started teaching in MPS. I started teaching in a black community. That gap, that gap was nearly insurmountable when I walked into my first classroom. That gap was, no one was even addressing that gap. And that's what got us into our whole suspension problem in the first place. Like, that is our issue. So understanding that, like, at least in Milwaukee and in Milwaukee public schools, our students of color are disproportionately disciplined has nothing to do with, in my opinion, them. It comes back to this gap. The system says, here are the ways, here are our expectations, and if you don't meet them, this is what happens to you. And that's been my journey for like 12, however long I've been an educator, is figuring out, like, how am I, like, complicit in that? And how do I work to dismantle that? Because it's so damaging. It might not be as obvious in some of the places you come from. It might be really covert. It might not be as overtly, in MPS, it's very difficult to not see it. I know there are many schools where it's easy to ignore it and believe that the problem is with kids. And I don't, the data is inconsequential. I'll leave it up there, but, like, it's stuff we've all heard before. It's not like you're going to sit there and go like, oh my God, like I can't believe this is happening. And that's part of the problem too, is that we've become like habituated, or like it doesn't hit us as hard as it used to. We like look at that data and go like, you know, yeah, that's kind of the way it is. Yeah, well, all that red are like somebody's kids.
That's right.
There's a lot of data out there around restorative approaches. I mean, we're not talking about this isn't a new way of being at school. We've tried to cite a number of these research studies, and Marquette University is actually doing a research study on some of the classrooms and some of the places where we've tried to do this intentionally in MPS, and we presented that data this fall at the Castle Conference in Chicago. And so I have that information too if you're interested in looking at that, but that's really fascinating. These are all the things that we know happen when educators embrace the mindset that I'm talking about. And I can't engage adults, these are all the things we want to do at school, but I can't engage you, I feel like, until I give you the opportunity to think about how your own behavior either sabotages or enhances the closing of that gap. This is a model. It's called the oh my gosh, what's going on? It's balance in the process, and it comes from there's an organization called the International Institute of Restorative Practices that's been doing a lot of work around the implementation of restorative practices in professional settings for years. And they have a ton of resources. I brought some of these with me today. There's a whole series of books that they have published around a lot of this work in schools. And the RAND organization did a study on their implementation model that I believe was published last year on public schools in Pittsburgh. And the research from that study is really interesting around IARP's implementation model. But this graphic, I think, is really important for you to understand in order to justify taking this approach in school. Everybody's familiar with Maslow's hierarchy of needs. That's something that we learn in our education programs. What's interesting is that Maslow made a hierarchy and that there was a more equitable version already that we could use, which I think that's just a whole nother, it's a whole nother PD. Why you have to take human needs and put them into a pyramid, as opposed to think about them as just sort of holistic.
And his research didn't include women.
Yeah, right. right. I mean, like I said, another professional development. Restorative practitioners understand that behavior is an indicator of an unmet need. And we can actually use behavior as a way to gauge what needs we haven't met as a community or what needs to be met. And the way that I like to define balance in the process is this is the barometer you can use in your school or your classroom or at home or wherever you are gathered in community with other people to gauge the needs of a community. We all have physical needs. We all have intellectual needs. We all need to be engaged emotionally. We have spiritual needs, and I'm not talking about our religious beliefs. I'm talking about our propensity towards needing to be doing something, moving towards a goal. And unless you honor these things in your school or your classroom, you're going to see challenging behavior. If you engage kids, if you only engage kids intellectually, they push back because emotionally and physically they're being neglected. If you only engage kids physically, you lose the opportunity to really engage them in any meaningful way intellectually or emotionally. In large part, I find that our school system generally does this at the expense of that and that. So intellectual engagement is the priority, and then those students for whom that is difficult by nature of whatever, physiological issues, values, anything, they become problems because they can't or are unwilling or whatever to just engage intellectually all the time. So that's balance in the process. And you can go back to your classrooms or schools tomorrow and you can just stand in the hallway and like look around, or you can poke your head into a classroom, or you can like stand in the cafeteria during lunch and just think of balance in the process. My favorite thing to do is like watch after a training in a school at how school staff treat lunchtime and help people see the dichotomy between like how they behave at lunch towards kids and what they believe to be like true and good about kids' needs. Like I walk into cafeterias sometimes and see teachers like screaming at kids to sit down and stay seated during lunch when they're surrounded by like 300 of their classmates. And I'm just like, what kind of crazy world do we live in where somebody thinks that like, first of all, that's possible, and second of all, that like, that's your job description. Like, you wanna know how people burn out from education? Tell them to keep a bunch of 6-year-olds in their seats during lunch. Like, that's how we lose teachers, good teachers. That's how we lose good administrators. Like, you walk around and you go, these are the lunchroom expectations, and if you don't meet them, then the system comes down on you. So if you keep this in mind, it's very easy to go back into your schools and go, okay, what are we overemphasizing? What part of that developmental, wheel are we placing too much emphasis on at the expense of the other things? Balance in the process. It can also be applied to the way that we view circle facilitation and the way that we view how a circle, moves through a discussion, right? We got to do something. We can't just engage people emotionally. They'll get sick of that too. You got to move them towards something. That's why kids who sit in circle a long time will walk into a classroom and see a circle and just be like, see ya, I'm sick of that. I don't want to talk about how I feel anymore. And I think that that's like, I couldn't agree more. I don't understand why we engage kids around their feelings and then don't give them the opportunity to do something with it. Which a lot of my students became despondent because that's what they bought into, and then the system wouldn't change. And they sort of went, why are we being asked to be vulnerable if now that we're like ready to go, the system's going, congratulations for talking about your feelings, now go back to class. That's a problem. Again, the system is being really static and not flexible. Okay, Amy, I have until 11, okay. So we're like, people are getting hungry. We're like, I can feel it. We're starting to, this is a lot. Last concept, then it's like just physical needs. Like this is all, I'm engaging you this is all intellectual. So if you got to stand up, if you got to stand at the back, just do whatever. Meet your needs physically. And just know that we're just going to stay in this intellectual space for like 8 more minutes. This is the social discipline window, okay? If you want to start thinking about your own behavior at school and whether or not it's sabotaging your ability to close the relationship gap, memorize this model. Because in my experience, it is beneficial everywhere. Not just at school. Okay, the basic concept is this. The social discipline window is divided up into 4 quadrants. There is a y-axis. Where's the math teacher? What's your name again? Bill. The y-axis is the vertical axis, right? Okay, and the x is horizontal. The y-axis is accountability, the level of accountability that you provide in your response to conflict. The x-axis is the amount of support that you provide. So you can see that a response to conflict or a communication style that provides an enormous amount of accountability and a fairly small amount of support is a punitive, call it what you want, communication style, mindset, whatever. Conversely, if our responses provide too much support and not enough accountability, we operate from what we call like the 4 box, which is this really permissive place that my wife operates from by default. I sort of land here. And there's all sorts of like gender norms that play into this. And there's all sorts of cultural norms that play into this. And there's all sorts of experiences from our childhood that play into this. But my default when I'm dysregulated is to pop off on a kid. And that was what got me great evaluations in like the first, 9 years of my teaching, right? It was like Mr. DeLutio knew how to handle his business. But there were a lot of kids who like stopped coming to my class. That's a me problem. The 2 box provides too much accountability. The 4 box provides too much support at the expense of accountability. And the not box is where nobody starts an education from the not box. This is a symptom, right, of too much of this. Walk into your school tomorrow. You can do it to yourself or you can look at other people and just count however many times people move back and forth between the 2 box and the 4 box. Sometimes it happens like in the cafeteria is like this microcosm for like every practice that exists in the building. But go into the cafeteria and just like watch adults move between the 2 and the 4 box from table to table. Like a whole group of kids can't get their milk open and there's an adult opening milks and then somebody throws a carrot at somebody else and that same person pops off on that kid and tells them, this is what's going to happen to you if I see that again. 2-4, 2-4, 2-4. And then you go home at the end of the day and your own kids get this. Where I'm like, yo, I don't have any energy right now to do anything. Just leave me alone. That's the burnout box. And there's people in your buildings who are there. It's not as simple as saying that like they don't want to be there or they don't have it in them to teach. It's a symptom of a system going, you've got to figure out how to bounce back and forth between these 2 things because we don't have anything else for you. And then people land here, and that's when kids are cutting up in the halls and swearing at each other and throwing stuff out windows, and adults are walking by going to lunch. That's the not box. That's the not box. And it's a byproduct of believing that you either have to provide an enormous amount of accountability or an enormous amount of support with no balance in between and no system that really tells you this is what you're doing in order to, stay right here, what we call the with box, the cooperative, collaborative box. Now, I'm making gross generalizations. We all operate from these 4 boxes every day, depending on who we're with, what we're doing. It's all situational, but each of us operates from all 4 of those boxes every single day. The idea is to figure out what do you default to, and then what do you do? What strategies do you use to get here more intentionally, to stay in the with box? This is our Goldilocks box. That's where we want to be all the time. As a school, that's where we want to be. We want to know that our policies and our procedures are constantly living or pulling kids and adults towards collaboration and cooperation. So that means that we have to somehow be able to recognize that there is an equal amount of accountability and support present in our expectations. That's abstract. Because a lot of us aren't used to going to schools that look and sound that way. Okay. We're done. We got to eat lunch. Amy, Julie.
I have a quick announcement. I just want to point out our questions, suggestions for the plan board over here. So you may have a little bit of time after your lunch where you're just at your tables. So please think about questions you have for us for this afternoon, because we'll be ending with plan work, and we want to address all your questions at the end of the day. So at lunch or any time during the day, you can put Post-its from your table and put questions on the question board up there.
So when we come back from lunch, it looks like we'll come back at 12:15. I'm going to show you one more sort of intellectual concept, and then we're going to move into applying these things to like pedagogy, like the way that we teach, okay? And I know it's a little, we're supposed to break at 11:45, but like we've hit a wall. Does anybody, are there any questions that you have for me that you would like answered prior to amending the caloric deficit that you're at right now? Go ahead.
So you've said it several times throughout the session, but
Yeah.
I just was thinking that some people may feel in themselves like judged by being on the other side of that gulf, right?
Oh, yeah.
And that just like it's not helpful for us to judge the reasons why the student may be, thank you, just like it's not helpful to judge on that side, right?
Right.
That I think just at our school, I think I see in a lot of my colleagues that when a deficit is pointed out, that there becomes a, like, right, it's like I feel bad, right, about
Yeah.
that. And I feel like not just that I did something that was not as effective as it could have been, but like I'm being told I'm a bad person, right? And we just need to realize how to kind of see that feeling, put it down there, and then move past it, right?
Well, if we weren't all hungry, man, I would dive like right back in.
After lunch.
Like, the next,
Yeah, right.
That is probably the perfect place to stop, because what you're talking about is like, how come when your colleagues help you to understand your deficit areas as educators, you feel judged and attacked?
Mm-hmm.
Like, where's that coming from? And that gets back to this whole idea of like, where does the judgment come from when you sit in circle and say, this is how people should engage? Where's the judgment come from when your kids stand up and move around your room instead of sitting quietly? And that's about a paradigm shift.
Right.
And that's what we want to get into when we come back from lunch, for sure. Thank you for asking that, Bill. And feedback, kind of what you were talking about earlier, like what that looks and sounds like. Amy, should I stall for time?
Nope.
Okay.
We're ready.
Okay.
So for lunch, you're going to exit these doors, form two lines, both sides of the buffet, out these doors and down the buffet, and then come back in through those doors. And about 30 minutes for lunch. Please take advantage of the opportunity to use the Post-it notes, stretch, walk around, and we will see you back in a half hour.
Take about 30 seconds to just kind of like finish up the thought, kind of effortlessly glide out of the conversation. I refuse to use an attention-getting signal, just like as a, I don't know why I do that. Yeah. I'm just not going to do it. Right, exactly. I'm not going to say waterfall in front of a group of adults. This is such a great conversation. Like, I feel like if we were all sitting around, like, having drinks, just kind of like, this would, like, just sort of turn into, like, we're finding stuff out about, like, our childhood and, like, what. It's really been, for me at least, understanding that so many of my biases as an educator are like rooted in the way that I was conditioned by other adults through my childhood. And I'm not passing judgment on, like, that's not what we're concerned with. I'm not concerned with, like, punitive being bad and restorative being good. And it's far more complex than that. What I'm interested in is helping other teachers understand, are your experiences in school impeding you from being able to see engagement or define engagement in a way that isn't applicable to the way you were educated? You know, if you had coaches growing up who you loved, but, you know, they scream at you when a play didn't go right, your model for leadership and teaching lives in that experience. You're going, the people I respected in my life growing up, they treated me this way, and so I'll mimic the behavior to do the same for other people's kids. And like, this was like one of my come to Jesus moments when I first started teaching, when I realized I was just doing an impression of a football coach that I had. Like, I wasn't actually teaching, I was impersonating an adult that I admired, that has nothing to do with teaching and learning. That's called acting. So I really feel like it's these kinds of conversations that need to happen amongst adults at school to really start to understand, what are we doing here? You know, these are the conversations that should guide, like, professional inquiry. You know, these are the kinds of conversations that as a staff you should be sitting in circle having. You know, what is it, how is our behavior impacting the way that we engage kids, and the way that we view engagement, the way that we, and, you know, that's going to be uncomfortable. That's going to be uncomfortable, because there's a lot of people that didn't sign up to teach to do that, you know. All right, here it is. This is where it all comes to this. Here's the big reveal. So Bill, prior to lunch, is like, you know, saying, look, like, it's hard when your colleagues or the people that you teach with, they go, yo, like, you're complicit in this relationship gap. Like, you got to do something. Like, as educators, it's so difficult to receive that, to hear that in a productive way. We feel judged, and we almost go into this is another PD entirely, but like, we almost go into this brain state, this reactive defensive brain state, where we're going like, you don't know anything about my kids, the kids I have, which are different from the kids that you have. My kids need that. That's what they need. So you're not in my classroom. You don't teach at my school. You don't serve the students I teach. So you're not qualified to say that. Which I think there's more than a grain of truth to that. I mean, I'm not going to walk into somebody's classroom and pass judgment on their teaching in a way that in a manner that I think will lead to any, like, professional growth. Like, I'll offer feedback maybe. But where does that come from? How are we habituated to the system in such a way that makes us feel attacked when, you know, that's pointed out by our colleagues? This chart, this is the first version of this chart comes from, there's a citation over there on the right, came from Fresno, California, their public school district, Fresno Unified School District. And this was something that they developed as a way to help something that still seemed very abstract to educators become more concrete. And so then in MPS, we took it and we adapted it further to apply to our unique community in Milwaukee. And so this is a chart that we really dive deeply into in our trainings, and we actually, I tell teachers, if you can keep a copy of it on your desk or like tape it on the wall in your room and just look at it all the time, it'll really help you navigate a lot of feelings about teaching and learning. So here's the deal. On the far left-hand side, we've got sentence fragments that are essentially like elements of schools. There we go. So schools have authority figures. Schools have students in them that have expectations. There are relationships present. In response to harm in those schools, the focus is on what? Conflict is the... So if we look at the middle column, this is what we call the traditional approach to schooling. This is the approach that all of us navigated. So actually, interestingly, we all got spit out of this model to some extent. That's why we're all hanging out here, like trying to figure out, like, how do we help kids? Like, it's because we all figured it out. And so now we're trying to figure out why other people's kids can't figure it out the way we figured it out. It turns out there's a bunch of people who didn't figure it out, who aren't sitting at our tables right now, who can't be like, I'll tell you what didn't work, because they're not here, because they didn't navigate it. It didn't work for them. So that traditional approach is very familiar to us. The role of authority in a traditional school in the United States is really to establish which rules are broken and who is to blame. And that authority can be an administrator, it can be a teacher, it can be any adult in a building if you're looking at it from a kid's perspective, a student's perspective. Students in traditional schools are expected to comply with those authority figures. And you get a reward for doing it. Personal achievement. Like, if you do, like, I did this. I know how to navigate this. Like, if you do what I'm telling you to do, you're going to do well in school. The problem is if that doesn't motivate you, now you're in trouble, right? The teacher or the adults are going like, hey, you need to listen to me because I'm the gatekeeper. I know how to navigate this crazy system. And if you just do what I tell you to do, everything's good. In those places, relationships, like, we pay a lot of lip service to relationships, but they're really secondary. And I guess the example I give to people is like, find me a school where everybody is scoring advanced on standardized tests, and I'd be willing to wager my salary that if the teachers don't know anything about the kids, no one's like clamoring to figure it out. In other words, like, if students are achieving academically, no one's talking about relationship development. If test scores are solid, the school's progress academically is profoundly good. There's no staff meetings dedicated to trying to figure out how to engage kids. Now, again, gross generalization, largely hypothetical, but I've never come across an example of that, where a school where that is just like rocking and rolling is going, we got a huge problem. We got kids who feel, neglected. We got kids who don't feel like they belong. We got kids who are struggling emotionally. That tends to not matter as much when the test scores are killer. And I think that, if I may, that a real indicator of that problem is our problem of violence in our schools nationally. That there are kids who can get by, buying into the academic expectations of a school without ever once having to, engage with an adult in a meaningful way. And so here we are, right? Relationships, if you're doing well academically, there's not a lot of people who are going to come knocking down the door trying to build a relationship with you if you're pretty much doing what you're supposed to be doing. In response to harm in those places, we place blame, we assign punishments, right, in response to rule violations, and then we move on. You know, the conflict is a barrier, right? It's a barrier to learning. It's an interruption to the teaching process. It needs to be resolved immediately, right? It's keeping us from the academic engagement that we are put here, you know, to facilitate. And so the expectation is that change is immediate. Things change immediately. In schools that operate in this paradigm, change is like you change behavior, you change kids, you change curricula, there is no time for incremental progress. Things must be changed now. Okay, so let's now demystify a restorative approach. So let's say that you're going to build a school from the ground up that embodied restorative philosophy without necessarily saying anything about circles. In those places, the role of the authority figure is really clear. You're going to facilitate relationship development. Your goal is to build community. Your goal is to promote the community shared agreements. That's your job. Who are we? And every time, you know, a conflict arises, reminding the community, this is who we are, what do you need in order to make it right? Students in those places are expected to be empathetic. That's the expectation, that as a member of a community in which your values are illustrated, your job is to be an empathetic, responsible member of a learning community that has established shared agreements that are rooted in our values. You belong here. And because you belong here, it's your responsibility to take care of here. Because you are valuable here. And you know that because the shared agreements reflect what you value. It's not my school. Relationships are fundamental to everything. So if a restorative school is going, you know, the kids don't seem okay, we stop and we figure out what is happening that's keeping us from being able to be in good relationships with one another. Fix that together. In response to harm in those places, the goal is not, I don't care who's to blame for it. I want to know how we're going to fix it and what support you all need to do that. We're going to help students accept personal responsibility, right? By understanding the impacts of their actions on the people they have relationships with and the values that they share. And here's what's important. You can't do that if you don't have relationships. A lot of people will reach out for support around repairing harm and restorative justice. Especially, it makes sense when you understand that if someone can still be operating from a traditional approach and wanting restorative practices integrated into that paradigm. They're like, I need you to fix this kid. This kid needs a restorative intervention. This kid needs a circle to get fixed. And the idea there is like restorative practices as intervention, like restorative practices as fixing kids so they can go back into this thing. No, that's not what it's about. In order to be able to fix something, you have to build it first. So there's no relationship to repair in a place that operates this way. I mean, there are relationships, but we can't guarantee that a kid who gets in a fight with another kid at recess wants to fix that relationship. Why would he or she want to fix it? There's so many kids who I work with who that's totally maladaptive. Like, the only way that I can get any respect outside is to, like, hit this kid in the face when he says something to me. That's, from his perspective, he's doing everything he has been conditioned to do in order to maintain respect in his community. And I'm sitting him down in a circle going like, what support do you need to fix it with Sean? Don't let Sean anywhere near me or I'll punch him out again. That's the support I need. So in order for us to be able to apply like restorative justice and repairing harm in schools, you got to operate restoratively. You've got to build relationships. You have to identify, what you're doing to intentionally build community, and kids have to understand that their relationships with each other matter, and their relationships are rooted in their values. That's like not a program to implement. That's not a strategy. Like, that's a way of being at school. And there's nothing immediate about it. It's a process, right? It's about taking every conflict all the time and working towards what does it sound like for us to navigate this in a way that prioritizes relationships, values, and over time, we build a community that we can then start to, use things like repairing harm circles and restorative justice. But my number one gripe at this point with the flavor of the month sort of mentality around restorative practices is that it's like a curriculum that you plug it into a school and like things change. And really, hopefully what you're beginning to understand is like this philosophy is about shifting this whole paradigm if the goal is engage everyone. And that's a huge if, because there are lots of places where that's not the goal. What questions do you have for me about this? What are you thinking? Yeah, go ahead.
So we have restorative practices at our school, and some of the feedback that we receive is, or question is, and I want to ask, do you get this, the relationship or confusion between the restorative approach and, really flirting with the permissive? All right, so as we look at some of the traditional approaches and the restorative, that's permissive. You take a look at conflict. The example you gave, the two kids fighting, and traditional, you had a fight, we need to give you a consequence. Restorative, what would be the solution, all right? Trying to get those two same kids, the two kids that you talked about, right, to understand or have an understanding, hey, it's, about more than or empathy for each other, where they're like, hey, like you said, in my community, if I overlook that or he does it again or whatever the case may be, how do you have the difference between that permissive kind of, all right, I know by the time it may have happened again before you change the behavior?
This is the question. This is it encapsulates all of, I think. So in my experience, there's a couple of ways to answer this. There's a couple of answers that intersect eventually. The first is that we're not talking about a zero-sum game. Like punitive responses, that's a whole, a punishment exists in a compliance-based model of discipline, whereas a consequence exists in a responsibility model of discipline. So consequences are about teaching kids how to change their behavior. Punishments are about stopping behavior now, not about changing behavior in the future. We confuse the two in education. We call consequences punishments and punishments consequences, and it gets confusing. So the reason I bring that up is because I think that oftentimes the message is all of our problems in education stem from our reliance on punitive discipline. I don't actually believe that to be true. I think that there are situations in which punitive responses to behavior are absolutely warranted. If 3 kids get into a brawl in the hallway, there will be no engaging in conversation until they're back in their thinking brains. and that might take 48 hours. You know what I'm saying? Like that is, what we need to understand is that safety is a non-negotiable. There can't be any gray area in terms of like sort of allowing some kind of unsafe behavior to, because what'll happen in my experience is like we're not good at differentiating between it. Some principals will just be like, well, I'm just not going to suspend anybody anymore. And then it pops off. And I see that a lot where you go into a school and teachers will say, there's no consequences, there's no consequences. And to some degree, they're right. Like, there is this general sense that like you can get away with whatever you want to because whoever's in a position of authority is going to be like, well, what are you going to do to keep from happening again? Like, I don't know, I'm just going to like go to class and keep my head down. And they're like, all right, that's fine. And then, so what we need to do is be able to make a distinction in our schools between like, what are the behaviors that monopolize safety? Okay, like flat out, we need to respond to those in a manner that keeps everyone safe. The kids who are involved in it, the adults who are trying to manage it, the other kids who are nearby, we have to keep them safe. I'm not going to go into a training with the Milwaukee Police Department and give them restorative interventions for like bank robberies. It's not a thing. You have to stop the bank robber. That's a punitive response. We can follow up with the bank robber later on and talk about all of the issues, societal issues maybe that he or she has had to navigate. That's the restorative response, right? It's like, but in schools, again, we don't differentiate between those two very well because, and this lives in this model, we have made punitive responses to all behavior the norm. It's the only tool we use. So there are people who for years have gone like, I'm going to deal with things differently. But the institution goes, T-chart, incident referral, administrative discretion, suspension. And then the process repeats itself. So I always consult, when I consult with schools, I always say like, what you need to do is figure out what are you using suspensions for that you shouldn't be using suspensions for. Like, you look at your data. Look at, if you go to, I would argue if you pulled your data at your school and just looked at all of your ODRs, your office disciplinary referrals, you'd probably have a whole mountain of them that were for like disorderly conduct. Or like whatever you code that as when a kid says F you and like slams a door, whatever that's called, you've got a lot of that. And a lot of times those end in suspensions because the kid's pissed off and they go down to the office and an administrator is like dysregulated and the administrator's seen the kid 12 times that day and they're like, call his mom, sit down, you're going home. Boom, your discipline data your disproportionality just increased. So what you have to do is have conversations at school and go, okay, what are we writing referrals for that are relationship problems, right? That stem from that divide. That's where you start fixing that problem. Because what'll end up happening, I see this all the time, and it terrifies me professionally, is you get educators who go through trainings like this, and they go back to their schools and like, we got to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Like, let's just be restorative all the time. And everyone's like, what? What does that mean? Like, a kid is like cussing somebody out, and then they write an intervention down, an administrator does, like, you need to use more restorative interventions. And you're like, what does that mean? Like, I just got cussed out by that kid. The issue is that we're like taking the old punitive model and just replacing it with like a restorative model. So that's a very complex thing. And you'll notice like in the research that in places where this has become kind of systemic, they still have kind of a hybrid model where suspensions are tools that are used to give dysregulated kids a break from the community. And then restorative processes are used to reintegrate those same kids back into the community after suspension. And that's, find me a system where that's, I mean, that's very rare. It's very rare where that balance has been struck. But that's, does that kind of get, does that, you know, it's very abstract. But I think the big takeaway is, if suspension is all you use, don't just stop doing that. Because in the absence of that, you will have enormous issues. You need to transition away from that in a really data-driven way, right? In a lot of schools that I've looked at, somewhere, you know, there were some schools where like 70% of their office disciplinary referrals were for disorderly conduct. You know, that's the teacher discretion. Now you're sitting in a circle talking about, like, what is disorderly conduct? Like, what does that look and sound like? Like, you know, if a kid cusses me out for the 3rd time that day, is that when I send him down to the office? And then the administrator's like, go home? So the real answer to this question is, you need to sit and talk as a staff, and I think the circle process is very useful for this, to try and figure out what are we doing, how are we using the punitive model in a really abusive way, right? Because there probably are some behaviors in all of your schools that require suspensions. But it has to be framed that way to the kid. Like, you belong here, you're valued, you need a break, and we need a break. But when you come back, there's a process to reintegrate you. And we're going to talk about what support you need. That's an integrative approach. Bill. Oh, Jody, and then Bill.
So how do we get people to drink the Kool-Aid?
That's my job.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Well, I can tell you this. In my experience, people buy in when they feel the work. Like, when I first started in this position in MPS, one of the things that I did early on was facilitate support circles for adults at school who were just like burned out. And so I would go in and model circle facilitation with them, and they would just start to feel better. And they would be like, I bet my kids would really benefit from this. That's about finding the people in your building who just have a natural propensity towards wanting to do this and developing a circle practice. Yeah. But in terms of systemic change, if you are in a position that affords you the luxury of being able to make decisions, that's institutional courage. You know, you have to have the courage to be able to look at your data and go, we're using a punitive model to address relational problems. How do we change that? And that's where, you know, the tools that I'm going to show you come into play. But buy-in is a very complicated endeavor. Bill, is Bill next?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
So a thing that's a lingering question for me is, you know, the art of like having the person who was, you know, impacted by the behavior, right, be a part of defining what they need from the person for restoration, right? So like how, you know, how do you, I'm thinking of my middle school students that, you know, do not want to appear vulnerable, do not want to put themselves out there, do not want to be the center of attention at all, right?
And now, right now at least, they don't.
Yeah,
I mean,
maybe that, and yeah, right, and maybe that could be a mindset that could shift as the relationships grow. But I'm just curious if there are like any, you know, practices or advice that you have in kind of beginning to create that culture where, you know, it's okay for me to say that, like, when you did that, that really made me feel like this, and, you know.
Yeah, I absolutely do. I mean, I think that's the natural next step is like to give you this tool. So I have a lapel mic. Will I get louder if I use this mic too, twice as loud? So I'm at the park with my kids, and my middle son, Lou, who's also the one that got burned in the accident, whose biscuit I use, we're like standing at the pond, and he wants to touch these ducklings, like pet these ducklings that are floating around the pond. And they're like just far enough away that he can't touch them. So this is like a huge issue. Like he wants to pet them, he can't. And he looks at me and sort of is like, I want to pet the ducks. And I'm like, you can't do that. You can't pet the baby ducks for a bunch of reasons. Like the mom doesn't want you to. She feels scared by you. She might bite you if you try to touch the ducklings. And these are all abstract concepts to him because he's like 4 years old. He doesn't know what any of these things really mean because he hasn't experienced any of these things. So he kind of gets upset, and I'm like, all right, well, let's just like, he's safe, I'm safe, the ducks are safe. Like, you know, I'm like in my thinking brain, and I'm just thinking to myself, like, all right, let's let young Lewis like navigate this life issue and see what happens on the other end. So he picks up a stick, which is the one thing I wasn't expecting. And he throws the stick at the mama duck. I know, this was my response to, right. You're like, oh my gosh, my kid is hurting animals. Like, that's a gateway to all sorts of, and I'm like flipping out, right? Like, what? There's like other parents across the pond with like their kids, and I'm like, my first response is like, oh my gosh, like my kid just threw a stick at a duck. The duck like got up out of the water and like flapped its wings really hard and like got him soaking wet, and he just like lost it. He just lost his, and just fell apart. He's like sobbing, and I'm like ready to go over there and like pick him up and like carry him all the way home, you know, so the other parents could see like, this is how I deal with my kids. Threw a stick at a duck, he's going home, he's grounded. Calling my wife. My other kids, meanwhile, they're like, who knows where they are? Who knows where they are? Probably throwing sticks at other people's ducks. So in the moment, I'm going like, that's my punitive default response, right? I'm like, I got to do something to him to change that behavior right now. So to get back to your question, I need a tool to use to pull me out of that default response. And that's where I think this line of restorative questions becomes really powerful, right? So it happens, and I go through my whole mindfulness work, and I'm like, all right, you know, Lou is, bless you, Lou is feeling things. He knows what he did is wrong, all that stuff. It's my job now to guide him towards personal responsibility, right? So, you know, I approach him, and it's like, Lou, what happened? You know, and he said, this is his response. I'm not joking. Sometimes I do. If my mom was here right now, she'd be like, you joke all the time. You're never serious. I'm not joking. This is what he said. I didn't throw a stick at the duck. And I'm like, bro, you saw me standing there. Well, like, why did he think that would work? And you're talking to the guy who coordinates restorative practices in Milwaukee Public Schools. Like, if anybody should raise their kids to not be restorative, it's me. Like, I have no excuse. My kid should be restorative. And he's not. At 4, he's hyper-conditioned to a punitive world where he thinks that because my role as an authority figure is to place blame, that the first thing he needs to do is, like, lie to me. This is not what I did, even though I saw you see it. And I followed up, like, what happened? What happened, Lou? I didn't throw a stick at a duck. I didn't throw a stick at a duck. Lou, what happened? That question, what happened, has nothing to do with what I saw. It's all about Lou understanding that, like, the narrative starts with him. It's his experience that drives the whole conversation. What happened, dude? And having the luxury of having seen what happened, I had the time to wait until I found out what happened. Yeah, you threw a stick at a duck. That's what happened. How'd that make you feel? Right? Sad? You know, angry? Okay. How do you think it made the duck feel, dude? Sad? Angry? Oh, that's interesting. Right? You assaulted this duck and you both have the same emotional experience. What are you going to do to fix it, man? With the duck? Oh, draw it a picture? All right, like, what else do you think you could do? I could say I'm sorry. That's better. I could help you with that. You know, like, what about, like, is there something you could do to maybe make the duck feel a little safer around you? You know? Well, I'll not touch it? Yeah, and like not throw a stick at it too, which is actually what you did. So then it's like, all right, I'm equipped to help you do those things. Let's just go do it and be done with this whole fiasco. That line of questioning is, everybody in a school can do that. Every single adult in a school can dedicate themselves to treating every conflict that way. You know, everyone can just agree that every single kid in our building is going to interact with an adult when there's a conflict in that way. What happened? How are you feeling? Who was impacted? What do you need to make it right? That's how you create the systemic, you know, the culture around personal responsibility and empathy. That line of questioning is not unique to us. That comes right from, I have a slide dedicated to it. Go ahead.
All right, so that was an excellent example, what you just said.
Yeah.
And
did it work? No. He still does stuff.
Well, it's well, the funny part is, I mean, I agree. I'm all about it. But as you listen to some coworkers, it's like, okay, basically you just told me what happened was you asked them a series of questions. They're like, yes, they understand what they did, they shouldn't do, they learned from it, and then you send them back.
Yeah,
there was nothing just happened with that. You know, how do you respond to that? And I know now why you're saying, hey, you know, other people have to be on board with it, but how do you respond to that?
Yeah, so what you have to do is start like normalizing conversations about expectations. If you've got people in your building whose expectations live here, like good luck with that conversation. You're not going to convince someone whose expectations are that students are expected to comply with authority figures that what I just said is an effective tool to build empathy. I mean, that doesn't matter to someone who believes that that's the purpose of schooling. And that gets us back to this mindset shift. If we're going to embrace this approach, what we really are saying is like, we have to institutionalize these beliefs. And, you know, that's a heavy lift. But at the same time, it's really worthwhile. Because, like, fighting that fight, you know that the outcome really is that all kids have the opportunity to get what they need. And that's kind of our whole big problem right now, isn't it? That like not everybody's kid has an opportunity to engage in a way that's responsive to their experiences and their needs. You've got to have a whole philosophical conversation about whether you think that needs to happen or not. But that's where this work begins. If you're not talking about that as a staff, good luck. Nobody's going to fix it. Does that make, I'm sorry that it's not this super romantic, like, you know, do this thing, it's 1995, go ahead and order one for every staff member and everybody's behavior is going to change. It just doesn't happen.
So just, I don't know if this is helpful or not, but, you know, the reason we invested in the Circle Forward books is there are some circles that you can use with staff to, you know, start to build this process. And, you know, I think that, you know, such a good question, you know, how do we get them to drink the Kool-Aid? By having them experience others drinking the Kool-Aid, right? So just want to point that out.
And a quick note about that phrase, I feel like that comes from when then all those people died. So they, that might not be the best
that's not good.
approach to
That's Jim Jones. That's all Jim Jones right there.
Nope. Drink the Kool-Aid and then that's it.
I do have one thing I want to ask Drew, if you could speak to. So how does this conversation intersect with, say, the conversation about trauma? and specifically the language I hear a lot is trauma kids.
Trauma kids, oh my gosh.
I know.
To be restorative means to prioritize engagement through experiences. I mean, to be restorative at school means that you prioritize the experiences of kids as the beginning of engagement. So whether you've experienced a lifetime of trauma or you come from the most supportive home on the planet, if you're operating restoratively, both of those kids have an opportunity to learn. Because I'm going, everything that you've experienced and everything that you've experienced is equally valuable. And my job is to figure out how I take the content that I'm going to teach you and plug it into both of those experiences. And that's kind of what I want to model for you. Because there's a way to do that, restoratively. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, it's fine. So I was just thinking, this is all making me really think about, I'm very much a restorative person.
Many of us are, yeah.
I've always very much been, because I haven't always worked in the school, so let me just say that. I've worked in clinics, I've worked in criminal justice, I've worked in social services, I worked in a lot of different areas that, but I've always been in the people business.
Right.
And so this concept of being restorative, I found is not always that accepted in general. I don't really care where you are. This concept of building and not being judgmental and seeking to understand in order to be able to move forward is not accepted all across the board. I have found my biggest challenge in the school because there is this idea of being very punitive, and so that's the way things have been structured for so long, that when I come in and I'm meeting with a kid and they're having a hard time or they just did something that, wasn't that positive, and I come in and I'm like, so tell me about what happened here. And I'm more of a conversationalist person. The other teachers are looking at me like, no, he just tore up my room. Like, this is not acceptable. Why are you being kind to him?
Yeah. Compassion is perceived as weakness.
Yeah, and so I'm saying that to say that as we are trying to continue this path of being this, having this sort of mindset, even when the people around you are not necessarily on board or filling your cup to show that they are supportive of this, to not lose that steam, because even if it doesn't feel like it, we are planting seeds. Because I don't know about anybody else, but sometimes I feel like, oh my God, like why am I even trying? Why am I even doing this?
So
because
steep. It's just so,
because it's exhausting at times. And it's a lot of
work. People still run
marathons,
right? So exhaustion isn't.
I don't like marathons, but yeah.
But
I just say that to say that, just to recognize that this is doing this type of work and really, truly practicing in this mindset takes a lot of courage, and it is draining at times. And being able to know that you have people that you can talk to is very important when you are doing this, to just keep that steam going, because you will be met with adversity. You will be met with people telling you that I'm not doing that and it doesn't make sense to me and it's stupid. And you need that validation.
That's like the truth. And that was my experience, like moving away from a punitive model. Like as a white man in Milwaukee Public Schools who teaches predominantly students of color, and my colleagues are predominantly white, and other white men, my assumption that all children have value, regardless of what their behavior suggests, was certainly met with, I would say, skepticism at the best of times, and like viewed as a weakness at the worst of times. And when I started teaching that class, my students for their final exam had to facilitate a community building circle with 5 adults in the building at a staff meeting. which was terrifying. I had a student in that class who had been suspended, 7, 8, 9 times before he was, referred to restorative practices class, right? And he facilitated that circle in that circle was the teacher and the teacher who he had argued with the most or whatever, and the administrator who had suspended him. And I didn't predict that. And that could have been it. Had that administrator or the teacher been like, I'm not doing that. I mean, I would have lost everything that kid and I had built together. He facilitated that circle, and it was incredible. Just that he did it, why would he do that? Why would he do that? He did it, and then afterwards, the teacher in the circle, and don't be shocked by this because it happens every day, so nobody gasp or anything. The teacher came up to me and was like, I shouldn't have to sit in a circle with that asshole. And that is, I understand that. I understand that perspective. I understand where that comes from. That comes from this. That comes from this. That's the problem. The issue is that's in all of your buildings, that perception exists somewhere. How do you push through that? That teacher's on that teacher's journey. That teacher needs support and guidance. That teacher has needs that haven't been met by that student. So it's important to own that stuff and say that that's part of the process, right? We're not just this isn't going to happen overnight. But I appreciate you saying that. That's so true. Yes, go ahead.
I'm familiar with people that are wanting to change the way of consequences have not worked.
Yeah.
I find, however, parents and the community, the suburban press releases, when they get a hold of them, to just damn the holy Nelly out of some of the restorative work, because some kids do some pretty obnoxious things if you put a certain word attached to it. And it plays out real fast in the gossip circle, and which includes community leaders, and it includes the parent body, and it includes the kids texting faster than fast. Mm-hmm. And so I think my issue is not the school so much, although that's a lot of work.
Yeah.
It's
society.
It's the community surrounding it that are looking for death.
Parents have these same expectations.
Yeah, they do.
What happens if a parent comes to me and is upset because I didn't punish someone else's kid? Now you're talking about parent engagement, and you're going oh, we can't just change everything we do at school. We have to have conversations with parents about this approach and what we're doing. It's not even, it's every time you go that's how we're going to solve that problem, you scaffold up to another more complex thing. How do you explain to parents what restorative practices entails? They're not even educators. They haven't even dedicated their lives to the engagement of every kid. Your idea that you're going to engage everybody's kid means that their kid is losing valuable instruction time because somebody else's kid can't sit still. We don't have those conversations with parents. But there are agendas in Circle Forward to help you do that if you're serious about it. You can facilitate your IEPs in Circle if you're serious about it. You can facilitate support circles for parents at Open House if you're serious about it. You can invite parents to school and sit in a staff meeting in Circle if you'd like to. But yeah, right. I mean, these are all things that we aren't used to. But that's the paradigm shift. And I'd be remiss if I was up here telling you, you know what, take that book, facilitate some circles, and stuff's going to get better. That's not what's going to happen. You've got to consider all of these things, but this is the paradigm shift. But what about instruction, right? How can pedagogy change immediately in order to accommodate this approach? I want to facilitate a lesson with you in circle. But before we do that, let's just like stand up, take a 5-minute break, and then I'll meet you back over in circle. I promise I'm not going to pass a talking piece to 60 people anymore. So your physical needs will be met. Oh, by the way, I'm going to toss the definition of restorative practices up here. Hopefully at this point, you know, this all makes sense. But if you want the definition, there it is. The way we define it in MPS. Again, that was another pivotal moment in the professional development. Had that fallen through, that would have been it. Okay, so we're transitioning now into a more academic phase. So we spent a lot of time really engaging with the philosophy and thinking about restorative practices theoretically. You know, how our mindset's shifting in our schools. And at this point, you know, like it's been a lot already. I'm just gonna stand up. It's been a lot already, and like I know people are tired. Like there's so much to think about, and I've thrown so much at you that my expectation that I can like dump more information into you is pretty low. What I do want you to do, though, is I want you to be able to leave here with like an artifact, you know, so like something to do and like produce and go back, and it kind of speaks to like your spiritual needs, right? Like, let's do something. So what I want to model for you right now is a circle lesson, just an academic lesson that is enhanced by the circle process. But at the same time, the lesson was developed using the sort of restorative mindset. So I just asked the people on the outside of the circle to just be observers and take a meta approach. You're watching and you're thinking at the same time. Apply it to your own classrooms. What would this look and sound like? What are the challenges? What are your fears? What would keep you from doing something like this? How is this similar to something you already do? Could this augment something you already do? Some pedagogical approach you use in your classroom? And then we'll go back to the tables and we'll kind of talk about what happened, and we'll take a look at the actual lesson plan and kind of deconstruct it using what we know about restorative philosophy. Okay? Okay. So this is a physics lesson. I know. There's two types of educators who push back a lot harder than everyone else. Science teachers and math teachers, whenever I do restorative practices trainings. So it was really important to us that if we were going to model, you know, curriculum and teaching, that it was in a field that didn't naturally lend itself towards conversations, you know, and discussion. So this is a physics lesson, and I'm going to facilitate the lesson, and like I said, just take a meta approach. And for my participants, thank you so much. This will be painless. Oh yeah, just pass the mic. No pressure. I'm going to put the talking piece down in the center.
So physics, am I right?
Hey, physics, everybody. So who's someone in your life that you maybe really admire or look up to? And I want you to think about that and like really just picture that person in your head. You know, this person who you maybe emulate, or somebody who you want to be like when you grow up, or somebody who you know, you respect. Just think about like the things they do, the things they say, and like how they carry themselves. I want you to think about whether or not that person would feel that you have potential? You know, maybe like you could be like them. So I'm going to ask you just like a yes or no question, right? I don't need an explanation. You don't need to share anything else. Just answer yes or no to this question. Has anyone in your life ever told you that you have potential? And whoever wants to start can start. Just yes or no.
Yes.
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 All right, for this next round, we'll pass a talking piece. I want you to just think about when that person said that you had potential. Like, what did that mean? So if you think about that person who said you had potential, what do you feel the definition of potential is? Whoever wants to start can pick up the talking piece. Just a couple of sentences. What's the definition of potential?
Believing in someone so that they can believe in themselves to reach their goals or dreams.
Yeah, we can just pass it around.
I would say potential meant that they were able to identify that I possessed a certain mindset and goal set that could help me reach my overall goal.
I'm having like a visual in my own brain thought of potential, so it's going to be hard for me to verbalize it. But in my brain, as I was thinking about that person saying I had potential, or then me having potential, it looked like more things opening up, like maybe doors, maybe space for me.
At the time I was told that I had the potential, I was overcoming a lot of challenges in life.
I would say that it was that I like possess qualities that they could coach around to continue to help me grow.
Nice.
I'm going to pass so that everyone feels comfortable passing for the rest of the day.
Nice. I respect that. So one of the things there's a couple things that popped up a few times. This idea of like, it was almost like this idea, everybody sort of shared something that had something to do with like moving forward, like going from sort of one thing to another. Maybe somebody like seeing something that it's there in you, but maybe you can't see it. It kind of took them to recognize it. And then there was this other theme of like almost change, you know, that you're like in the process of moving from maybe like one state to another, like a coach seeing that there was something in there that maybe with some support or some encouragement or like some push could come out. I just want to ask, you don't all have to do this, but if there's any of you who maybe want to share a story about a time when someone said you had potential, and maybe, you know, what happened.
I don't mind sharing that. The person that I actually really respect, I don't talk to him as much. We grew up together. We went to elementary school together. We played sports together. He went on to pitch in college, and he still plays recreational baseball to this day. I'm 42. We're the same age. So he's also the vice president of a major retailer. And when he moved back to the Milwaukee area and he started playing baseball again, he contacted me and he said, I want you to come play baseball. I'm like, I'm 42 years old. Like, well, this was a couple years ago, but still, like, I'm not in any shape to play baseball. He's like, I can do it. You can do it. You were always better than me. And so just to hear him say that, knowing that he was able to go to the next level, that was very encouraging to me.
You can pass it.
When I was in middle school, I wasn't quite the model student. I was definitely in a group of friends that we liked to challenge our authority. We weren't always the best. Academically, I was okay, but I knew I could be better, and I had a teacher who took the time during one of my quote-unquote punishments. I had to stand for recess and clean the boards and kind of hang out with him, and he just looked at me and said, "Dana, I know you can do better. I know you have it in you. Behaviorally, academically, there's something in you that I see. I see it in your eyes. I see it in your work." And I think from that moment on, it was kind of a shock. Like, I didn't have a relationship with this teacher that, like, at that level. And from that moment on, I was like, this is my favorite teacher. I respect him. Oh my gosh, when everyone comes in the room, we have to sit down. We have to listen. It was science. Now I teach science too. So I think it spoke volume to me that, you know, somebody that I didn't even have a relationship with saw so much in me, and it like changed who I am, I think, as a person moving forward in life. So I still think of him and value him very much as a human being, and haven't seen him since, but definitely has changed who I am and I think the path I went in life.
Wow.
Well, when you asked to think of somebody that I admire, I knew right away who it was. And it's someone that I watched from a distance, and I've known her, about 20 years. And she's an elder to me. And I saw her from a distance, and it was when she noticed me that things shifted for me, because there's a piece of myself I saw in her, but from a distance, and I didn't realize it was part of my reflection. And then I developed a relationship with her, and she's really been, I'm like gonna cry. She's been a very influential person. The way she carries herself, her grace in going through getting older. She's an educator. She actually works here at this college now. And the way that she just lives her life, she has a mindset that is so connected and so for people, and she's an educator. So, but anytime she acknowledges me, I almost feel like falling over, because it's hard to believe, because I've seen her walk through life, and she's an inspiration, and her life hasn't been easy either, but the way that she gracefully has embraced her life. And then for her to acknowledge me was like, you want to fall out, you know, like, really? So making me realize that I do have that potential, and that she sees herself in me as well, was like is life-changing.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. It almost sounds like, it's like you had everything that she had.
It's a weird reflection.
But her recognition of it woke it up.
Yes.
Inside of you.
Yes.
Which again is kind of a theme in the other two stories as well, that there was almost like an awakening inside of you, that you could be this thing that you didn't think you were. And what happened to the potential? Like when Dana became a science teacher, or like when Kristen sort of realizes, you know, like I got everything she does, like it was always there. What happens to the potential? Here, I'll pass the talking piece. Oh, sorry. Mike, I dropped it. Get it? Yeah, this is the talking piece. Sorry.
I was saying it energizes you.
It awakened something in me. It definitely motivated me to do better.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like it just increased. Like it wasn't one moment and then it was over. Like it continued on.
It gives you like a new perspective, a new way of thinking about yourself, and what are your opportunities or potentials where you can go.
Okay.
what they said.
Did it go away?
No.
No. And that again, like that's something that I heard everyone share, like that nothing happened to it. It's still there, it just turned into something else. You know, like physics. Yeah, it turned into a science teacher in Dana, right? It's still Dana. You just went through a transition, right? But the potential never went away. So like we would call Kristen or Dana, we would call you like kinetic now, right? That's, do you see what I did there, Kristen? Right? Yeah. Right? I mean, nothing happened to your potential, it just turned into something else. All that energy is still there. Right? So I could probably teach you the equation for potential and kinetic energy now, right? maybe if you were into it.
I probably remember it the first time ever.
Yeah, so that's probably a good place to stop and just kind of reflect for a moment on what made this restorative. Like, I'm not sitting in circle with a bunch of kids, like with a whiteboard explaining the equation for potential and kinetic energy, right? Like, we can do that at our desks. Like, I'll just explain that to you in whatever the 10 minutes that we have left. I'll just explain the equation to you and just, what is it that makes this restorative? Like, how is the philosophy infused into this process?
I would say the validation that whatever we had to say, I mean, we're already, especially here in a small group, we're already like actively listening and engaged in what everybody else is saying. But the fact that it's obvious that what we're saying individually is important to the group, not just because it's our story, but because we know it's going to relate to your whole point. Whatever you're going to say now, it directly relates to something in my life.
That's right. Like I have a definition of potential and kinetic energy. I have this like static definition that's rooted in the intellect. I can engage through that. Like I can believe that that's what's engaging about the content, right? Like I can say, here's potential and here's kinetic energy, and this is why it's cool. Like this is why you should be excited about it. But that whole time, we're operating on my terms, you know, and they have to make a decision about how they're going to engage. So if you think back to the relationship gap, like if that gap is there, you know, the likelihood they're going to come to me and just plug in, you know, there's a lot of evidence that like a lot of kids won't just do that. But if I engage you through your experiences first, it's almost like you're primed to then receive whatever I'm about to give you intellectually.
Can I push back for a moment and say,
thank you.
But like being up in here, I'm like, well, he's teaching a physics lesson. What kind of answers does he want? Like,
well, you said energy, right?
Yeah, right. Like, I'm
well,
like, am I like saying the right thing? And
right.
like that kind of like it almost seems a little bit forced to me. So
yes.
I'm gonna go with that.
Yeah, please do. So first of all, I think that's just indicative of like being in a training. It's like, you know the direction this is going in. You know, it's like we're all professionals. I mean, you know that I'm teaching a physics lesson, and as soon as I ask you a question about potential, because you navigated the system, you're like, potential kinetic energy, like I get that. So that's where you sort of have to suspend your disbelief and go like, you got a bunch of 14-year-olds who are coming to physics class. The last thing they expect is to be sat down and asked, you know, tell me about a time somebody said you had potential. So I completely agree with you. You know, you've got to suspend your disbelief a little bit, but your students won't have the content knowledge to necessarily see that coming. Some might, but we'll talk about how to scaffold those questions in a way that really, helps you to kind of avoid that entirely.
Honestly, I was that student. Because I was sitting here like, okay, where is he going with this? I'm not a science person. I have no idea. I mean, I've heard of physics, but don't ask me a physics question because I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
That's not my area. Okay. So as you were asking the questions, I'm like, when you said potential, what you just said didn't come to me. I didn't even think like, oh, he's talking about energy and connect. I didn't think of that. It didn't cross my mind. So I'm sitting here like, okay, I'm listening to the questions like, okay, where is he going with this? And then all of a sudden it clicked and I was like, okay, all right. So now I know what's happening here. And so that put me in the lens of being a student in physics class. Like Kristen said, now I would be more apt to remember this whole lesson because now I feel connected to what, like just a natural thing that happens in everyday life or my everyday experiences. And I can have that to go back to reference, like when we're talking about kinetic energy. Well, no, because, when that person has potential, they see potential in you and that energy, and I got this bond with this person, it makes me, now I'll be thinking about it a little bit differently.
And that's the, now the context.
Yes.
Like your recall is rooted in your unique experiences as opposed to like a standard. But here's the teachable moment, I think, in this, which is like, this is blowing my mind right now, because this is like two very different experiences of school. Positive relationship with science, negative relationship with the content. And here I am, like, facilitating a professional development. We're taking, this is supposed to be a sort of a meta approach to and the two participants, because their relationship with this material is so different, approached it completely differently. And where you had figured it out right away because you had been engaged earlier in your schooling, you had no idea where we were going because your relationship with physics is dysfunctional.
You planned this. I'm just kidding.
I get paid, but I don't get paid that much. Go ahead, Bill. Oh, and then Julie. Or Bill. Or whoever.
The comments about now I would remember the kinetic energy part if you taught the equation just brought me back to the book when we really talked about that brain science and looking at how people make those connections and then the dendrites and and all that and making that and keeping that of a more permanent connection because it's real to them as something in their own life. And so I think that what we did some of the brain science kind of earlier in the year, but it really does apply to teaching in such a transparent way.
Yeah, I think that in my experience, what I've seen is that like there just seems to be this real effortlessness with which kids and adults can engage with content when you're pulling on your existing experiential knowledge. Like when you're a baby and all your neurons, you're developing those neural connections in your brain, those neural connections are being born from experiences. I mean, that's how your brain is developing. You're interacting with the world, and those neural connections are like fusing, and that's turning into cognitive, your cognition. So like, why would we ever neglect, like why would we think that in school, learning is static? Like, that's not how people learn. That's not how we learn as human beings. So unless we're sharing our stories with each other, it's really hard to gauge whether or not people are actually learning as opposed to just like internalizing and like recalling information. And so again, it gets back to a conversation about what's your goal. Like, what's your goal as an educator? What's your goal in your classrooms? Is your goal to engage everyone? Is your goal to develop healthy, meaningful relationships between kids and content? Or is your goal to, you know, teach the kids who are plugged into the system? You know. Go ahead, Bill. Sorry.
I'm curious if anybody else, like the overarching feeling that I had, like observing you and engaging through that, was sadness. Like, and I'm wondering if anybody, it seemed like most of your reactions were positive, but it made me think about people that I care about who maybe didn't communicate this well to me. It made me think about the one person who I did always feel this was communicated, who's no longer here, right? And, you know, that, having that, what felt like maybe what I was hearing from you all, like a different experience in that I was trying to wrap my head around, so how would that prime me or distract me from actually, like
it's a really interesting question.
Until you said the word kinetic, I had no idea this had anything to do with science, okay,
you were
right?
just wrapped
I was
up
just like
in
listening
the
to what you were talking about.
feelings.
Yeah, and I was lost in that, in those feelings of my own. Right?
I think that that's actually exactly what we want happening. We want you to be wrapped up in you, because what are you really saying? You're lost in your experiences. You're lost in your memories. You know, that's engagement. Like, it's what you're describing is you being engaged. And you're not even really aware that you're engaged. You've been taken back into those memories, and all of a sudden I say kinetic and you're back. And I guess the way that I look at it is that now when you take your standardized test, and there's a question about potential and kinetic energy, the first thing you think of are those memories and those experiences. And it's just a really novel way to look at teaching. You know, if you believe that like everybody's experiences are valuable. Like, if there was a kid in this circle who like said they'd never been told they had potential, like that's just as valuable as like the kid who talks about, you know, their grandfather like taking him to go fishing or something. Like, it's like both of their experiences in this space are just as meaningful, right?
I was just going to actually respond to kind of piggyback off of what you were saying.
Yeah, sorry.
Your perception of it was sadness. But one thing that I think is really powerful is it doesn't matter whether your perception was sadness or pride or you had a perception. And, you know, you were saying before that there are a lot of people who the traditional model didn't work for.
Right.
We happen to be people who overcame that, right? It
yes,
worked for
all of us, to some extent.
But it doesn't matter if we were people who, you know, were successful in that model or not. We all felt something, and I think that's what makes the difference. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what you're getting at. But
yeah, I think it feels like we're like beginning to sort of go, oh, that's what experiential engagement looks and sounds like, and like that's the restorative aspect of it. It's like I'm doing this with them. This is the collaborative approach. Like, I'm not saying you need to do that. I'm doing this to you, like learn the definition. I'm not doing this for you, like here's the definition, memorize it. I'm not reading a newspaper. It should be the not box while you work on a worksheet. This is the with approach. It's one way to do that, right? I'm not saying that like you don't go in your classrooms every day and take a with approach to teaching and learning. This is just, I'm trying to give you a tool that you can use to go back and just kind of flex that a little bit, that muscle, in a way that helps you maybe change your pedagogy a little bit. This is weird. Let's like sit back and, because I can't like keep track of any of this stuff. Yeah, actually, let's move back to the tables and let's ask questions and stuff. And now there's another lesson in your binders that comes from more of an elementary classroom around some literacy stuff. But, you know, I got mountains and mountains and mountains of these lessons from professional developments and whatnot. Sorry, go ahead. What is it? Bart, go ahead.
I see the value in validating their stories, and so that it attaches to who they are, validates who they are, and so they're engaged in the learning.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about if you have 25 students, how would you do something similar to validate their stories and still?
Yeah. I mean, there's all like, the thing, not only is that like a totally valid question, but like that's another one of those, like that's the question. Like, what if you got 40 kids? What if 20 of them are like English language learners and like the other 20 are, it's like, that's what a classroom looks and sounds like. So what I think the answer to that is, if you find yourself drawn to this philosophy, like experiential engagement as the prerequisite for, you know, content acquisition, start thinking to yourself, like, how do I take that process and dissect it and disseminate it in a way that gives everyone an opportunity to do something like that without having to circle up an entire classroom full of kids? So circle stations are like, that's a great way to go about doing that. And that's actually one of the activities in this training, but unfortunately we only have one day to do this. But one of the things you can do, I'm a social studies teacher by training, and when I was still in the classroom, document-based questions were becoming like best practice in terms of how to teach social studies to high school kids. And it was all about, here's the question, take a look at all these primary sources and write an essay in response to that question, citing that material. So one of the things that I started to do after, you know, I had really bought into this process was like take a question like, how great was Alexander the Great, for example, you know, like, and give students the opportunity to explore the term great in small circles, you know, groups of 3 or groups of 4, and asking them, you know, okay, they understand the process, they understand what it looks like to use a talking piece, and they've developed shared agreements, but like, okay, what does it mean to be great, right? Like, here's what I want, here are the questions up on the board, right? Like, has anyone ever said you were great, right? And they're talking in their circles, yes, no, yes, whatever. What does it mean? What did that mean when they said you were great, right? And then everybody's in their small circles. They're all sharing that out. It meant this. It meant this. I mean, you know, I could hit this basket or whatever. You know, okay, tell me a story about that. Like, somebody share a story in your group. Like, what was that about? When somebody said you were great, like, how did that feel? What was going on? And then we come back together as a whole class. Let's talk about these definitions of greatness, right? Now, when they engage with the sources, like, again, they're comparing Alexander and his accomplishments to their experiences. And that's the barometer that they're using the whole time. So like, in that example, we never circled up together. It was all groups of 3 or groups of 4. But in order to do that, you know, what you'll learn is that you have to develop a circle practice with your kids. You have to teach them what a talking piece is. You've got to teach them what values are so you can develop shared agreements. You've got to teach them about a centerpiece. And that's like right in our wheelhouse as educators. Those are just procedures. So that I think justifies taking time to do things like check-in circles on the front end, because if you dedicate like 1 day a week for one class period to, or even 15 or 20 minutes to just circling everybody up and checking in, you know, on a scale of 1 to 10, where's everybody at today and why? What you're doing then is you're teaching them a process that you're then going to integrate into your delivery of curriculum. And so there's some people who are like, I'm not going to do check-in circles and stuff because that takes too much time away from my academic teaching. But I find that that's a good way to hook those people, because you're kind of going like, that's the investment you're making on the front end to then change your instruction in a way that's responsive to that process, and then you've got this great like feedback loop going on, right? So you can do circle stations. You can even, I mean, if you want to integrate the philosophy into the way that you develop or deliver curriculum, you could even, I mean, in theory, you could have just passed a worksheet out to every single person in class with those questions on it, had them fill it out, and then given them the opportunity as a class to just have a quick discussion around what they wrote. At no point in time did you put anything on that sheet about, the equation for potential and kinetic energy. I mean, that's restorative, right? It's like the big takeaway here is like, if you are prioritizing building functional relationships between kids and content by engaging them through their experiences, that's restorative. Whether or not it happens in circle or not is, a technicality. That slide then, what I'm really trying to get at here, and what Erin Dunleavy, who I mentioned earlier, was, really, just pushed hard when she first introduced us to this, was the idea that, like, this is what we need to embody. The fact that it's like our responsibility as educators to facilitate really strong, meaningful relationships between kids and content. So this goes back to like when I was sitting in circle with you this morning, somebody said something about like not being a math person or something. Like, that's a dysfunctional relationship with math. There's no such thing as like a math person. There are people who have functional relationships with math, and there's people who have dysfunctional relationships with math. So our goal is to develop functional relationships between everyone and the content that we're teaching through their experiences. And in order to do that, you really have to be able to answer this question. Like, what is captivating about this? This thing that I'm about to teach. And, I'm sorry, but the standard is not captivating. There's nothing captivating about standards at all. That's not the engagement portion. Nobody's engaged through standards. Is everyone familiar with understanding by design or backwards design as a framework for best practice in the development of lesson plans and things? Okay. The idea here is that we're looking for outcomes as opposed to, what do we want to know we're going to get out of a lesson before we start planning the lesson. So this UBD framework or backwards design framework is all about going, okay, what's the outcome from this lesson? What evidence are they going to develop that sort of proves that that's where they got to? And how am I going to deliver that? What's the learning experience? At no point in time are we asked at all while we're planning using this framework about what's engaging about what we're teaching. I mean, it's up to the educator, the skill of the educator to really figure out how to do that. But we don't systemize that. There are some people who put 4-page lesson plans together, and the rationale for teaching a lesson is standard 12-2 AB whatever. And so it renders the whole lesson plan obsolete. Like, that's you probably know your stuff. Like, you know your stuff. But like, that's not engaging. And I think that's not new. It's like educators have known that for a long time, but the question has been like, well, then what is? What does it look and sound like? And that's where I'm sort of offering this tool as an answer to that question. So in your binders I think that physics lesson is in there. It's on like a yellow sheet of paper. And I modified what I did slightly for time, but the theme is the same. And if you look at that, just kind of quickly ask yourself. It should be I think it's like a brighter yellow. Yeah, it's like a goldenrod kind of dandelion yellow. if you look at that, like, what do you notice about that lesson plan? So that's the lesson plan that the teacher who developed this lesson wrote. So if that teacher's getting evaluated, or whatever, there's a what is it, summative or formative eval? When I'm looking at you, assistant principal. Formative, I think, your full day long. I don't know. Summative is just lost all my credibility, just gone out the window. Summative eval. When you're getting that, when you're receiving that summative eval, and you want to teach this way, like, how do you justify it, right? Like, what's your rationale for teaching that way? So here's the lesson plan. What is noteworthy about that lesson plan? What's present in that lesson plan that is never present in lessons?
Students learning more about each other.
Okay. Specifically, is there an area of the lesson dedicated to what that's going to look and sound like? Because you're like definitely on the right track.
Can you say it again? Can you repeat your question?
Yeah, like is there a specific category on that lesson plan that sort of ensures that's going to happen? And if there is, what is it?
Like your opening question everyone reflected on?
Okay, I would argue that's part of this thing that I'm trying to steer you towards. That's part of it. Yeah, I'm starting to hear like little rumbles of it.
Can I pick a helper?
Yeah, totally. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. It's all good. I heard it. Yeah, the engagement portion. The engagement portion, right? It's the engagement portion of the lesson where the teacher reflects on what is captivating, what is engaging to my students about what I'm about to teach. And you can use these statements or these like bullet points to try and figure out like, okay, how do I come up with a series of questions to engage kids around their experiences? It really is about, you got to know what universal experiences are floating around at school. Like if you can connect ideas or themes like popularity or any other theme that all kids, can relate to or have an experience around, you're going to be a lot better off. But the idea here is that we have to develop questions that give voice to what we call existing unspoken questions. Like, for example, what does it mean to be popular? Or in that Alexander the Great example, like, we're talking about this thing, greatness. Like, everybody has an experience around something like that or can relate to it in some way. So, Bill, math. What's like a math concept that like remainders? Is that a thing? Okay, like that's still a thing. All right, so are there lessons about long division and remainders and how to do that and stuff? Yeah. Okay, all right, and that's good enough. So Bill's sitting there, he's going like, all right, this PD, like I enjoyed it, I'm not totally bought in, I don't know if that's going to be applicable to me, so I got to teach this lesson on, how to do long division and then understanding what a remainder is. So Bill's got to kind of ask himself, all right, like, what concept that's like universally applicable to all kids and their experiences could I squeeze out of this idea of remainders? Go, Krista. Okay. Okay, so like pause there. Like the universal experience is feelings of not belonging, like being left out. So now Bill goes, okay, I got to put a series of questions together that will like pull those experiences out of my students. Has anyone felt left out before, right? Yes or no? Every kid in class is going to, be itching to like say yes or no to that, right? What does that mean? Like when you're left out of something, what does that mean? It means like I can't. He doesn't do his thing at recess like we love to do, and he doesn't like whatever. What is it? How does it feel to be left out? Tell me a story about. Tell us a story about being left out. Right? We're not touching the academic content. We're prioritizing experiential engagement, and then Bill's coming in on the back end going like, that's the remainder, man. It's just a number that's been left out. Right? And now the relationship with long division is rooted in their experiences of feeling left out, or their experiences of being included. Who knows? That's restorative. It's also culturally responsive, right? It's totally interrelated. If I'm walking into a classroom in MPS as a white guy who grew up in the suburbs of Chicago, and I've got a classroom full of 40 black or brown kids who are from that neighborhood in Milwaukee, and I have to teach them potential and kinetic energy. And you go back to this relationship gap, like, I have to prioritize building the trust necessary to get them to start to recall their experiences around feeling like they have potential, and then sharing that with me. And now I'll teach you about potential kinetic energy. But that has nothing to do with like my content knowledge. That has everything to do with prioritizing their experiences. Okay, we are reaching terminal velocity. Like, this is a lot of stuff. So we're coming up on, Amy, you said 2:30, right? Amy, 2:30, okay. So it's about 10 after 2. In your binders, there's a bunch of handouts that I gave you that are just complementary to a lot of the things that I showed in the presentation. And there's also some blank circle agendas that might give you the opportunity to start thinking about how to develop lessons around that line of questioning. With the 20 or so minutes that we have left, I kind of just want to like give you an opportunity to just maybe develop some questions that you have for me, so that maybe I can kind of use my experiences to shed some light on some things that you might be concerned with, or whatever. So I guess I should start with, does anyone have any questions that they'd like to ask that maybe are just rooted in like some burning idea or something that you have and would like to bounce off of me at this point? Anything, comments or critiques or doubts or fears, anything like that?
Would you start to implement this, like I'm going to give you an example of a middle school. Would you maybe start with like a 6th grade and then gradually go and do, when they go to 7th grade, start with the new coming in 6th graders? Or would you just go all out and try to implement it the whole building wide?
So when you say it, are you talking about like circle facilitation?
Yes.
Okay. So facilitating circles is like, that's a process, right? And it's as much a set of procedures as any other procedure in your building. So there's a lot of considerations to take into account. For example, like the developmental level of the kids, right? Like sometimes a teacher will go back into their classroom and they'll go, well, I'm going to start facilitating check-in circles or community building circles tomorrow with my first graders. And they go back into their classroom and they circle everybody up, and 2 minutes in, like, everybody's done. And they're getting up and like leaving. So I would say that your starting point is really to figure out, like, what's your goal? Is there, maybe your goal is to help a certain class or a group of kids coalesce a little bit better and build some community. And so in that case, you might go, oh, those 6th graders are still really struggling with just knowing each other, having good relationships. So how do we prioritize giving them the opportunity to work on relationship development? We're going to facilitate a certain kind of community building circle twice a week at the same time every week until they understand how to be in circle with each other. That might be an approach. Or, so I coach my son's soccer team, and one of the things that has actually really been effective in terms of building camaraderie has been, like, after games, getting together to have conversations about, performance using a restorative lens, like sitting everyone, not necessarily sitting in a circle, but asking questions like, what happened? Like, what was, but taking the sort of listening approach. Like that, you might want to practice it with the people that you're with the most, who trust you the most, because then it's going to give you the opportunity to feel small victories early on. A lot of times people think about the most difficult students in classes, and they use it as a responsive tool. And ironically, that burns people. It's like, well, those kids need a ton of scaffolding and support, so I wouldn't start there. But if the goal is to just simply build community, start wherever you want, with the expectation that, the circle's only going to be as effective as their ability to develop shared agreements and trust the process. So it may take a while, or they may plug in right away,
I do have a question that kind of piggybacks off of that. And it has to do with your own journey. So we are here, I'm trying to connect this to LACCS specifically. So
sure.
Leaders advancing character and culture in schools, right? So it's my question, you've talked a lot about, you've shared a little bit about your family, your journey, how it was in the beginning, where you are now, understanding that you're still growing, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So my question for you is, does it start with what everybody else is doing, or does it start right here?
Yeah. I mean,
because this is something that you believe very deeply.
Right.
And that's what creates the resiliency, so that people can't take away your hope.
Right. I'm not, the toothpaste is never going back into the tube, right? Like,
go for it.
I'm just different than I was 10 years ago. And I understand the value of this approach to the extent that, no matter where I worked and what I did, this would just be what I was doing, and I would be finding ways to integrate the philosophy into the expectations that people had for me and what my classroom was supposed to look and sound like. I think that if we went back to that shifting expectations chart, one of the things that I still have to check every single day is my built-in, I still default to that punitive model if I'm not careful. It's so ingrained in me. I've been schooled literally in that model that my daily work is reflecting on to what extent am I being true to my values, or to what extent am I
sacrificing my values in order to appease the expectations of, the system, we'll call it. And I check myself every day. That's why I think it's important that you pointed out, like, it's a journey. Like, basically what's going on with me now is I'm at a point in my journey where I'm struggling to figure out that, like, as I move into different roles professionally, how do I stay true to the philosophy without falling into the trap of just embracing that old way? Because no one will come after me if I do that. If I just, like, I'm starting a new position next week, Monday, which is at the forefront of my mind. Like, I could walk in there and default to that system, that antiquated traditional system, and nobody would be pushing me out of that. That's the work, and giving other educators feedback that helps them to understand that they can do that also. I don't go into somebody's classroom who takes his PD and wants me to, like, observe a circle lesson, and I don't judge their lesson. I could care less about how I feel about their lesson. I don't pass any judgments on the quality of their whatever. What I want to know is, like, where are you going? Like, what's the goal? What's asking questions that help people reflect on, like, what they believe about education and what they believe about their role as teachers. And so, it's as simple and complicated as that, friends. And sometimes at the end of this training, I'm always, like, just, like, totally exhausted. Because it's just so important. It's like, if I just like go into autopilot and start delivering this information to you, it's like, that's, like, we're trying to change the way we school kids. That's crazy important. Like, that, we're talking about other people's kids, like, there's, like, people who said goodbye to their kids this morning and told them that they loved them, and then they sent them to you. Like, that stresses me out. When I think about that, like, I think, oh my gosh, like, that's so, the responsibility that we're being given is, like, the power and then, we're just gonna go home after this professional development and, like, do it all over again. Like, if that's the only thing you carry with you, like, go back to your schools tomorrow and remember that, like, you have the power to be the single most powerful, for better or for worse, event in a kid's, like, 40 years from now, they'll be sitting in professional development thinking about maybe the stuff that they had to navigate in your classroom. And do we want to keep perpetuating that? I don't think so. I don't think we want to keep doing that. I think there's a way for us to begin working towards a more inclusive school system that really engages everyone. And so I just am so appreciative that, like, you all, didn't stand up and leave. Like, not that you weren't considering it at some point, but I really appreciate the fact that you took the time to engage, and that hopefully you took the time to really consider, even if you don't feel like this is something that speaks to you right now professionally, what it is that I'm kind of pushing and teaching you. And, the amount of respect that I have for you as colleagues is really immeasurable. Like, every time I do this professional development, I'm so humbled by, like, not only the opportunity to be able to, like, engage with my colleagues in this way, but also, like, humbled by the fact that, like, it's me up here, like being given the opportunity to do this. And so it's always so important to me that like I don't, abuse that opportunity, and that you leave here feeling like we learned together, and someone didn't come in and tell you this is what you should do in order to change, all of the things that you've done over the years to try and get better at what you do. So based on your participation today, I would send my kids to any of your classrooms and trust you to love and care for them as much as I do. So I don't have anything else, Amy.
Could I just add that as leaders and some of us in administration, like when we start kicking this off and start jumping into it, that we remember that next year's novices are coming, and that this school year we're in one spot and next year we'll be in a more advanced spot, but all those newbies are just newbies like we all were. And that would be just one of those important things that mentors and the leadership of the building and different committees in the building spend a lot of time with the newbies once the year has started, so that they know what the heck is going on and not be mixed up and confused by it. So I want to say that. And then I would just like to say that I think in kindergartens and first grade, with all the circle work that goes on, it's just a half a step to really jump all the way in. And as building leaders, sometimes we get mixed up and we think when a kid gets sent to the office, we got to hammer them. And so when the first time I learned about the word restorative, of course, I got some kids sent to the office, and I was just astonished at how adept little 4-year-olds are at solving problems and learning how to make it right and to work with their friends. And so if they're starting in 4K and 5K and in first grade, can you imagine if we continue that, what they'll be like when they're in middle school and high school? I just had to put that in because it was so eye-opening to me. And my background, Drew, is very similar, all Catholic education forever and a day, and I'm pretty good at hammering. I mean, I know how to hammer a kid. And it worked really well, except in my own home, but anyway, so it's hard to make that change, but once it happens, you don't go back. You just can't go back.
That's absolutely right.
But then there's the Catholic guilt that makes you kind of twinge a little bit when you forget or you're not perfect. So
you'll get over that. Just keep plowing right ahead. It'll wear off eventually.
Thank you. This was such a
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. There's two things that I want to leave you with. The first is that if any of you want to just talk in general, one-on-one, I'll stick around for as long as I need to. The other thing is, feel free to email me or reach out via email if you want, after you process, you have questions and things like that. I'm more than happy to talk with you. As you know, I'll be starting a new role on Monday, so I'll be a little limited probably the time that I have to respond to emails, but know that if you email me, I will get back to you at some point. And I know that Amy told me, this is you, so you better plug this or else, because she was operating from the 2 box when that happened. So this summer, my colleague Shauna Perry Finch, who is the Restorative Practices Supervisor in MPS and supervises the Office of Restorative Practices, we'll both be facilitating different professional developments in the pre-conference, during the pre-conference. And Shauna's will be very much focused on the circle and circle facilitation, whereas my training will focus really heavily on a lot of the things that we talked about here, mindset shift, especially for people who are just, they're just trying to get their feet wet and understand what this is all about. So if you go back to your schools and you have colleagues who you feel, would really engage with this kind of, content, make sure you plug this and let them know there's an opportunity this June to, come back and do something very similar. All right, thanks so much, friends. It's been a blast.